Members on this beautiful August 24th. And again, Council is back from a summer holiday, a little recess. As you follow what's happening within the town of Stony Plain, you can tell it was not quite a holiday for members of council and for our staff. There's many events that council members attended to, make sure that we stay connected with our community. There's agenda before you. Administration, anything to add to the agenda?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Worship. The Town Council adopt the August 24th, 2026 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Okay, moving on to number 3 of the agenda is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents and stakeholders or people that come into communities to talk to council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one is registered this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda tonight? Okay, see none. We'll move on to number 4, which is presentations and delegations. We have nothing scheduled tonight, so move on to number 5, which is the public hearing. So today we have one public hearing, and it's Genesis on the Lake, Stage 4B and 4C, the Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Again, so in accordance with the MGA, this is a public hearing, and this is the time that we allow residents, stakeholders to have a public input on this. First, the applicant, our staff will get the opportunity to present, and then council gets the opportunity to ask questions for clarity and understanding. And then the applicant gets to make a presentation, and then council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Then after that, all those that are in favor of the proposed amendments have the opportunity to speak. And then all those that are not in favor have the opportunity to speak. And then all those that have a general comment have the ability to speak during this public hearing. And then during all those times, council has the ability to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Okay, and after that, the applicant has the ability to close if they like. If not, that will close the public hearing. And from then, we will be dealing with this in 8.1 under business items. Okay. So with that, in accordance with the MGA, well, I'd like to call to order the public hearing for bylaw 2744/LUO/26 for Genesis on the Lakes, Stage 4B and 4C for land use bylaw amendment. Go ahead, administration.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Your Worship. So this is the public hearing for bylaw 2744/LUO/26. This is regarding the Genesis on the Lakes, stages 4B and 4C, land use bylaw amendment. In terms of our land use planning framework in Stony Plain, this here is at our 4th tier, which is at the land development stage. In terms of the aerial context map here on the screen, we can see the area is just on the northwest corner of the Genesis on the Lakes neighborhood. Development approaches on the east and south, and I'll just kind of leave that as a high-level overview. Getting into the statutory plans, the Deerfield Area Structure Plan is in 1983, so a little bit historically dated, but it is a plan that's in effect right now. It shows the area as low-density residential, so singles and semis at the neighborhood planning structure level. In terms of what the specific zoning change is the applicant is asked to go from a R6 to an R4. These are both medium density districts. This amendment to the land use bylaw has a second part, which is actually the continuation of a restriction. In the R6, this restriction currently has row housing and multi-unit dwellings. What administration has recommended is to port this from the one district to the other district to ensure that the restriction remains. In this case, there is no multi-unit residential in the, no multi-unit land use in the R4. Therefore, the restriction is just with row housing as it sits. Just to kind of show you a visual in terms of how the current versus proposed zoning looks, this here would disconnect it from the area to the north and would match it to some of the other districts that are already kind of our R4 or R5 in the area. As part of a statutory public hearing, we have posted this on the town website. We've done a notice sign on the site, which will come up, And our Planning Advisory Committee has reviewed this with general support. In terms of the signage, this is a picture here of the sign on the site. Keeping it short and succinct, the next steps here, ultimately, we're on August 24th, 2026 for the public hearing. And if council so wishes, they have the choice to give it second and third reading based on their decision. Available for any comments or questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. The question I have, I'm going to look at page 35, I believe, of our agenda package, just the sort of map overview of the north part of the Genesis subdivision there. And there is a section directly north of the, thank you for that, directly north there. I believe this is zoned, yeah, there it is, R6 as well. At what point will Genesis Lane or in another roadway extend out to 79th Avenue? Would that be a part of this redistricting, or would that happen when that additional parcel to the north is developed out?
Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to all of council, and specifically Councillor Anderson, in terms of this R6 site here, it is intended to be accessed right off of 79th Avenue. Genesis Lane, as it comes up, right now does tee off. The proposal that we've had in the past would show Genesis Lane coming through, down, and then connecting here to Genesis Lake Boulevard. So ultimately, there was two roads into the area of this proposal that would form a loop road between those.
And there'd be no access to Highway 628, 79th Avenue?
Thank you, Your Worship. To all of council, the access there would actually come into the quarter section here. So ultimately, Genesis Lane would not connect to the north. It would loop back, and then there would be further connection of Genesis Boulevard to the west, to the west there. So ultimately, there's just that one way in and one way out.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for that. So then the parcel directly to the north, that's R6, would have a standalone entrance at some point, but would not connect into this particular area we're discussing this evening.
Through your worship to all council and Councillor Anderson in particular, yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for administration? See none. Thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to the next phase of the public hearing. So this was the application from the applicant. So if the applicant come down to council chambers, there is a sign-up sheet for you. If you can sign in and then make a presentation and then answer any questions that council may have.
To your worship, the applicant doesn't desire to give a presentation at this point in time. They're available for any questions that council might have, but they have no presentation for tonight.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so to move on to the next phase of a public hearing. So it'd be all those that are in favor of the proposed bylaw amendment can now come forward and speak. Administration, has anybody registered to speak in favor?
Through your worship, no one has registered to speak in favor.
Great, thank you. Move to the public audience in the gallery. Anybody in chambers like to speak in favor of the proposed amendment? Okay, see none, we'll move on to the next phase of the public hearing. So all those that are opposed to the proposed bylaw change. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, we have two individuals registered to speak this evening. The first speaker is Mr. Glenn Sutherland.
Okay. Mr. Sutherland, please come down. Again, you don't need to sign in because you're already registered, so you can go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Not really sure the formality, so I'll keep it pretty people's time. Give you a little bit of the history and why we object.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
A little closer? Okay, great. One of the reasons the objection to this is my wife and I researched this area quite heavily to move into the neighborhood, to make it part of our community and be part of it. With that, we could see that they had been piling some fill in the back, so obviously some type of development. We worked with our real estate resources. My wife and I are small business owners. We have sources that we utilized as well to try to find some information. In that process, we'd been told 3 or 4 different stories, the plan for the development, and a lot of them sounded pretty good for the most part. We moved in June into the neighborhood, and in that time we had excessive rains. We were able to see what the neighborhood, what it can handle with water, what our properties can handle with water, and there was an excessive amount of water coming in from the back of the property, and that is exactly where this development is proposed. Myself, I have no information on what's proposed. Our neighbors are not informed of what's being proposed. Over general conversations, everyone's concerned and really unsure of what's going to take place in the back. So, my big question is what risk assessments have been conducted? What research has been conducted? Has there been environmental studies? What's going to happen with our properties when they put that development in there? What's going to happen with all this stormwater, all this runoff from winter melt? I have concerns. I have an expensive property, quite a substantial investment made. So we'd like to protect that. A lot of the other issues that we really like to do is protect the neighborhood in itself. And one of the main reasons why we moved out here to be part of this community is we prefer a smaller, tight-knit community as opposed to Edmonton, where we came from. Development there pushed us out. We had moved a number of times. Development just became overwhelming. Construction, damage to vehicles from screws, high traffic, water runoff, et cetera, et cetera. So we would like to avoid having to sell our home and move again due to development. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, and welcome to the neighborhood. Obviously, you said you moved in June of 2026. So yes, we did have a lot of rain over the last little while. I can answer one question in terms of the amount of rain and where the water goes. I believe, administration will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when the Genesis subdivision was approved, all the water is supposed to be sloped into the pond. So coming across to your house and going through does make sense. But I think the problem is that, as you mentioned, as development happens, the dirt just keeps on pushing further and further back to the undeveloped property, which accelerates the water coming down to your property. But I think administration can speak to that.
Your worship, to all of council, this whole area has been sized accordingly, and the pipes at Genesis Lane and Genesis Lake Boulevard drain the stormwater into the large stormwater facility that is south of this area. That facility has been sized accordingly. So again, when we get into the detailed design, the engineering drawings would have to show how that water would be catched within the road right-of-way and then transported via those 2 roads to the stormwater pond.
Yeah, so we definitely, apologize about the water, but right now, with the road not being completed and the subdivision not built, there's no storm water that takes the water from going surface, which then it can affect your house, as you mentioned.
Yeah. So the water's running east to west in the back, and then it's also running south across the yard into the storm drain or into the pond behind us. So, we understand that but we're downhill from this development. So are they putting in another storm drain for this new development or storm pond, or is all of that water going to cross through our properties, which is already overloaded when it rains?
Yeah, I believe it will be when this the subdivision gets built, so it'll be underground, so it'll be storm piped, and then it'll go into the big pond that is in the center of Genesis on the Lakes.
Okay, great.
And then I think, any other questions? I think that was your biggest concern was about the storm.
Yeah, and the density of development as well. You know, we're all nice big lots, and we start And that's on the front of our house, so this is directly behind us, so.
Yeah, and then in terms of density, going from a R6 to an R4, it actually reduces the density.
Okay,
So that kind of solves that problem a little bit, because now it's actually a reduction in density.
good, good.
And then, based on what I've heard, that there's going to be a road that goes into the proposed development if it gets zoned R4, because as an R6, there was no access on Genesis Lane. It was actually supposed to be a roundabout,
Yeah,
because the R6 was supposed to be a condominium association, which you had one access in, and then the Willow Lane was a emergency access. So that did concern a few members of council, but with this, it takes that away, because now you have actually full access to that little development area.
right. And then is there any green belt? Is there separation planned so our backyards are divided? Or else we just end up like a city environment where we're backyard to backyard, as opposed to every other home in that whole community has an individual backyard. We'd be the only street that's backyard to backyard.
I don't think I've seen a trail behind there, but maybe administration can talk about a trails network. Is there a trail scheduled to be behind that development?
Through your worship, in terms of the site itself, there is a small playground, an MR on the east side that would provide a sort of buffer, if you would, or between the houses that back onto that. In terms of on the south there, there's a small amount of MR that's still dedicated for the site. That would be integrating that site into that MR area. So there is no additional MR or buffer planned. There is, I believe, a concrete swale or some sort of swale on the back of lot that would address some of the stormwater there. But in terms of additional land between, this would be a standard private yard to private yard situation on the south side.
Thank you. Councilor Plechka had a question for clarity and understanding to the app.
Actually, it was a question to admin, but I think you've taken care of most of the questions that I sat here with. I do have one other one, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
One of the questions that you mentioned was risk assessment, and I'm just wondering if administration can speak a little bit to risk assessment and how that is done through the town.
Through worship to Councillor Plechko and all of council, in terms of risk assessment, if we're talking about environmental risk or traffic risk or things like that, typically before a neighborhood plan is put in effect, in this case there is a neighborhood plan there in effect, we usually require things like transportation impact assessments, geotechnical studies, environmental site assessments, various studies like that would cover those various risks at the neighborhood planning level. And again, if there's a substantial change, maybe going to high density, changing from a residential to say an industrial use, some of those studies could be redone, but often those there would trigger additional changes to the area structure plan or the neighborhood plan. So again, at this level, we're sticking within the same zoning type, the same medium density residential or low to medium density residential there. So it wouldn't be triggered by something like this.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you. Mr. Sutherland, thank you for being here. I actually have a question, not directly to you, but to administration, just a result of some of the questions that you brought up, because I think they're valid questions. I think they're valid concerns. When I look at what was published on the lot in terms of the notice of the application and so on, there's minimal information there, and it's kind of what we saw today. We have this hash marked area that says this is going to change. Some of the questions you've asked today about stormwater and so on, I believe there would be mapping specific to this that would show where the utility infrastructure would get built, where the groundwater drainage and all of these pieces of information would come from. And so to administration, I don't know as a matter of process, being a public hearing and so on, but when we get feedback from residents, and I know Mr. Sutherland provided a letter with some of the same concerns that have been raised this evening. Is there any mechanism where we reach out and try to provide some support, some education, some resources, a dialogue that helps the residents in that area better understand the development that may be coming into their neighborhood? And one of the reasons that stands out for me is this evening, we had a bit of a conversation between Mayor Choi and Mr. Sutherland, where Mayor Choi was able to answer or provide some additional information that maybe Mr. Sutherland didn't have coming in in this evening. And so maybe we have a gap here in terms of education and understanding for our residents. And so maybe some comments, please, on what that process is. And if there was a mechanism that maybe we missed this time that could have provided some answers to the application.
Okay, go ahead, Administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council. I guess I would start by saying that the advertisement itself, the notice, both on the website as well as the sign on site, does have contact information. So if any resident or anybody has any questions about that, they're always welcome to phone in, come to the town office, meet with us. We do provide information or context on that. In terms of the letters that come in, those are more, I'll say, statutory. Specifically, they come in, we include them in the package, and that's about what that entails. So really, there's that possibility for dialogue if anyone from the public comes in and kind of requests that. But in terms of the letter themselves, they're basically attached to the lead sheet itself as per the requirements.
I do appreciate that, and I do want to follow it up with one additional question, because I appreciate that there is a legislative component here, and that when we receive these letters, they're going to the legislative department, which is different than the planning and infrastructure and so on. Would it be above board, if you will, so to speak, would it be legal when we receive those letters to reach out to the individual submitting it to say, hey, if you do have questions, it would be appropriate to reach out to planning@stonyplain.com, and we'll take your letter and attach it to the agenda package, because residents may not be aware of the two separate mechanisms and what information they may receive from both. They just have two email addresses on the sign, and then it's a matter of trying to figure out what that looks like.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council, I guess in the past, when we have had similar requests like that, say it comes to us in an email, and in the email it has something like, I'd like to know more, that sort of thing, we will reach out. Typically, the letter itself, though, is just taken verbatim and passed on to council as per the requirements of the MGA.
Okay, so I do appreciate that, Mr. Sutherland. I don't mean to keep you there for that, but I think there is a bit of a community education or a public education piece here that we as a town need to have a conversation about. How do we educate the public on what steps they can take to gain more information? And it's not just a matter of trying to guess as to what may be coming there. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you bringing the concerns forward, and I'm grateful for your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Laurie, you had chat up as well?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, more through to administration, and again, this is maybe just an opportunity for some clarity and some understanding around it. There were a few questions asked in regards to, what's proposed, what's going to be there, how many lots, and so on and so forth. Obviously, as council, we're familiar with the planning process and what that steps through. And you do have the slide in your presentation that sort of annotates where we're at in that process. Just wondering if you can, again, provide a little bit of context about how we go from zoning to an actual subdivision plan that has lots and roadways and so on and so forth. And just, again, in context of that, how that then gets communicated out to a resident.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie and all of council. I've just put on the screen here the land use planning framework in Stony Plain, just as a good reference here. So ultimately, we would typically start, intermunicipal planning is used to be the MRB. Again, it's coming back, I guess, right now with some intermunicipal development plans being in the works. Ultimately, the municipal development plan is under the municipal planning. So the place where we are typically in council chambers here is at the neighborhood design level and a little bit getting into land development, although a fair bit of that happens by administration through the subdivision process in particular. So I guess what I'd say is at the municipal planning level, this is something that happens kind of on a, let's say, 5 to 10, maybe 15 year basis, where there's usually a lot of engagement. We're trying to talk more at higher level, visioning, policy level per se. When we get into the neighborhood design, this is usually when there's a little bit more, things start to take shape. We've got specific plans that say what's intended where at a more detailed level. Typically at the MDP, we're talking at the quarter section level or a whole section in some cases. By the time we get to the neighborhood design, we're starting to look within a quarter section. So something like Genesis in the Lake neighborhood. Ultimately, at that point, there is usually at least a public hearing. Typically, for any of the more recent area structure plans, we do an open house, or at least we require the developer to do some form of engagement initially. So there is some of that education. Those background studies would be part of that. Again, the area structure plan itself has a lot of information on servicing, traffic, transportation, environmental parks, those sort of aspects. And then ultimately, by the time we get to land development, which is where we are here tonight, the neighborhood plan has been established. So really, we're working within that confines. So a lot of those studies have already been done. We're looking more specifically at the zoning, getting into details maybe with some conceptual servicing, and then ultimately, we're doing that actual servicing and subdivision that takes place. And again, just to kind of wrap it up, I guess we get into the fifth tier there, the site development, which is really you're building a house or you've got one large comprehensive area that you're building out a little bit more detailed in a larger fashion. So hopefully that provides some context.
Excellent, thank you. And then, so for clarity on that, in what we're speaking about tonight, we're speaking about zoning, and that zoning then comes before the actual subdivision plan, which delineates the lots, how many lots, the configuration of roadways, and so on and so forth.
Right.
Through your worship, that is correct, Councillor Laurie, in the sense that those details are not something that we have in front of us necessarily at the subdivision, at the rezoning level. Ultimately, the zoning or the redistricting is based on what could happen or what someone would like to do and defining those. The actual subdivision defines, the lot lines, if you would, more detail-wise, and then as you get into the comprehensive plan site.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Pleshko, Deputy Mayor, you had another question? No, sorry, I'm going to go to Councillor Loynes. Do you have a question, Councillor Loynes?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, sorry, to administration, they had mentioned the MR and that the park on the east side, so there is no more park space or MR space for this zone specifically as of right now, for clarification?
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes and all of council, to the best of my ability, I believe there is a small deferred reserve caveat on title. It's relatively small. It would support, say, a walkway at the end of a cul-de-sac to connect to the green space right now that has a playground, but is not larger than that in terms of the area. I believe it's probably less than 0.2 of hectare at tops, probably closer to like 0.1 or less.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Niebergall?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to administration, I hear Mr. Sutherland's question regarding the homes that would now potentially be backing onto another home. Is there any process in place that would allow somebody purchasing those existing lots right now to go into that purchase eyes wide open that they would potentially back onto another property? Or is that a risk you take backing onto an undeveloped piece of property?
Through your worship to Councillor Niebergall, I would say the zoning is something that has always been available in the land use bylaw. I know at least for about the last 10 years I've been here, it is something that we've had on the website that's available. So given this parcel used to be in R1 and then in R4 currently, in R6 currently, ever since that zoning was in place, it would have been available for someone to find or at least identify within the town's records.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clarity? And I'll start with Mr. Sutherland. We're taking a lot of your time. Usually this is the questions for clarity to administration and not directed at you, and I apologize about that. There should be actually questions for clarity to you to answer your questions and not to administration. Maybe we can move that along. We'll ask administration at the end of the presentation. Sure. Any more questions for Mr. Sutherland in terms of clarity and understanding what he asked?
If I may, from my understanding from this discussion is there's been community engagement going on about the development of our backyards, and when I speak to my neighbors who've been there for 16 years, they have no idea what's going on in their backyard. So nobody is aware. I'm the third house in from the street heading north that will go into the new development. So I'm the third house in. So this row of houses will be directly sharing a backyard with other people, and no other homes will be. You know, and that's concerning for us. That's very concerning for us. The fact that there's ability to put in a walking way, a walk path, something to allow that divide, you know, to protect our homes and our investment and our view and our, you know, everything that we're trying to establish there, and I'm sure the other homeowners have established over the years. So, you know, that's a major concern for us.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, and I definitely know, I was going back through the books here, the Genesis on the Lake Area Structure Plan was approved in 2006. And we saw that, and this little addition was added as an amendment to the Genesis on the Lake Area Structure Plan in 2008. So back by 2008, people knew that there will be residents that will be living behind these folks. And then even if you look at the current site where all these areas that are not developed yet, they've already been zoned residential. So there will be people living behind these people along here as well.
And they have the walkway, right? You can see the walkway that.
Yeah, but for these people over here, like if you look at, I'm just looking at the overall design, that there is going to be more development that backs onto these people. There is a MR trail that's dedicated here because there's a high pressure gas line there. That's why there's no development there, right there. Right. And then again, everything here that's already, like even, so all these development that's happening over here will have more residents. So when somebody buys here, there will be development behind them. So I'm not saying that, I don't know, somebody told you that there was not going to be development behind you or not?
No, we knew there'd be development.
Okay.
There was no, we welcome development. Development's a great thing for the community. It's how development devalues certain individuals' homes and their view, and, you know, that's our concern, right? So, in simple divide, right? Having a buffer.
Yeah.
Right? So, but, yeah.
Okay. So I think,
You know, we moved out here to get away from that city backyard to backyard. They do that. We're selling our home. We're moving again.
Okay.
You know, we're trying to get away from that. And that was the whole, we went through great lengths to get information prior to purchasing and going and speaking with neighbors and agents and doing our own research and so on. And so it's really disappointing to.
okay. So in 2019, when council redistricted this from R1 to R6, as it is currently zoned right now, this red hash marked area, there was no access from anybody because it was a private condominium development, which means the access, as mentioned, would be here. They would do here, and then the roundabout here for people to get around. So there was zero access to this property from anybody else. So everything was built in. And R6, there's a higher density than what R4 is. Now with R4, they have to connect this road so that there will be actually more access. So there might be a possibility of people having a pathway that connects through here, back through. But that's, again, in the next phase, when they actually come down for subdivision, looking to see where the lots are. Right. But in terms of from R4 and R6, having this reduced from an R6 and R4 actually addresses all your concerns that you raised in terms of density, in terms of stormwater and traffic-wise. Actually, that actually reduces everything and makes it better.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate you bringing that forward, and I think council have noticed that, you know, as a new member coming to the community, how do you know about these area structure plans if you've just moved here since June, right, versus been here from day one?
Yeah. How did I find out about them?
Yeah, like when you moved in, you said you asked your neighbors stuff. I'm surprised that the neighbors that built on there did not realize that because, you know, that was approved back in 2008. So those neighbors that built there would have known that that was already zoned.
Yeah, our neighbors beside us have been there, I think, 16 years almost, or beginning of the development. They were advised it was going to be seniors style condo living. You know, one level, it's duplex style, it's calm, it's retirees, quiet, and that's everything we were told. That was pretty much all our neighbors' understanding.
Yes, that was the premises of the R6 when the developer came and applied for R6. But since then, I believe that that developer is no longer in control of the property, and another developer is. So that is hence the application to come forward.
Good. Well, we welcome to see the plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Bechko, Deputy Mayor.
I think one thing that need to speak a bit about is when there's an area plan, so it's now R6, it does not necessarily mean that it's going to be a seniors complex. That was one of the things that were talked about, but that R6, there is a multitude of things that can be built within that area. So just because there's a talk of something, R6 does not limit it to just a seniors development. There could be a multitude of homes built in there, and that's why one of the caveats that we put on there was to keep it less developed, I guess, so there wasn't as many residents in there, knowing that that R6 can be a number of things. So just so you're aware that when you're looking at future development or future homes or future areas that you're looking at, look at what that, the R6 or the R4 or what that can be. That will tell you what can go in there, so there can be a multitude of things, so just for future.
Okay. That's a good point, Councilor Pashko. Deputy Mayor, thank you for bringing that up. Okay. Moving, Administration, you had another person registered to speak?
Thank you, through your worship. The second registered individual is Carrie Coble.
Welcome to Council Chambers. Thank you for registering to speak and providing anything. Again, the mic is on, so when you're ready, just speak into the mic.
Perfect. All right, so some of the questions or concerns I have in here were probably just addressed, but I'm going to stick to my plan so I can stay under the 5-minute mark. Good evening, Mayor Choi and members of Council. My name is Carrie Coble. I'm a new resident. My home is on the back row of the Genesis Lakes, which directly borders the parcel under consideration. We recently moved here from Edmonton and were drawn to Stony Plain because of its space, peaceful surroundings, connection to nature, and strong sense of community. The people have been incredibly welcoming, and we are very happy to call Stony Plain home. I understand that the parcel beside us was intended to be developed. My objection is not to the development itself. My concern is approving R4 before council and affected residents understand what will ultimately be built and how the existing homes will be protected. For those reasons, I oppose bylaw 2744/LUO/26 as it is currently presented. My first and central concern is the sequence of the decision. Council is being asked to approve the R4 land use rules now, while the detailed subdivision or development plan may come later. Residents may not have shown the number of mixed homes, lot sizes, building locations and height, setbacks, landscaping, screening, access arrangement, or privacy protections. Once the zoning changes, residents may have considerably less influence over what is placed beside their homes. Council and affected residents should review a detailed development plan concept and transition plan not after, but before the land is redistricted. My second concern is privacy and the effect on the value and market appeal of the existing homes along our row. We purchased a large lot R1 property. The front of our home reflects the large lot character we paid for, and the rear deserves a compatible transition as well. If smaller R4 lots are placed directly against our fence, several backyards, 2-story homes, upper-level windows, outdoor areas could overlook a backyard purchased for its space and privacy that could materially affect our enjoyment, market appeal, and property value. I am asking council to require a meaningful transition. One potential solution is a properly designed stormwater drainage pond with surrounding green space, mature trees, and landscaping. Enhanced setbacks and compatible larger lots along the boundary could provide additional protection. This would allow development to proceed while separating the two housing forms and protecting the existing residents. We knew the land would eventually be developed. What we reasonably expected was a compatible transition beside the existing large lot homes. Before changing the zoning again, council should be satisfied that R4 is a compatible fit with the neighborhood and that this transition will be protected. Without the proposed layout, council and residents cannot properly access or assess traffic, parking, access, drainage, servicing, or emergency access. We also do not know what vegetation, green space, or wildlife movement areas will remain. These are further reasons to require a detailed plan first. Every neighbor I have spoken personally to has expressed serious concern. I do not claim to speak for everyone, but that consistent response demonstrates the need for greater disclosure and meaningful consultation. Mayor Choi and members of council, I respectfully ask that you reject bylaw 2744/LUO/26 as presented, or defer the decision until a detailed development concept and transition plan have been provided for public review. If council is not prepared to reject or defer the application, I ask that it require clear protections along the shared boundary, a meaningful green separation area, potentially incorporating a landscaped stormwater drainage with mature trees, compatible boundary lots, screening, and enforceable privacy protections. Growth and housing are important, but the consequences should be understood before zoning is permanently changed. I believe there is a balanced solution that allows development while protecting those who have already invested in this community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Councilmember, for speaking out to us. You said you just recently moved to Stony Plain as well?
Yes.
Good, excellent. When did you move in?
I'm sorry?
When did you move into town?
June 26th. That's my man over there.
Oh, you're welcome. All right. You're June as well. Okay, so that's thank you. Well, I appreciate it. I thank you for bringing those up. I think those are valid concerns that members of council have every time when we look at a kind of a rezoning of an area. So just to put your mind at ease, so I pulled up as part of the package. It's actually on the agenda, so you have to actually read it. So when you look at, in terms of what an R6 and an R4, the development regulations are. So for an R6, lot coverage is 60% for internal and 50% for any other dwellings. And for an R4, it's the same thing, 60% for internal and 50% for any other dwellings. For side flank is for R6 is actually 2.4 from the principal building to flankage lot line, and 6 meters to attached garage or front line. And then in an R4, it's the exact same, so it's 2.4 meters and 6. And then for the rear setbacks for an R6 is 7.5 meters from the principal residence, and then 6 meters from any attached garage. And then in R4, it is 7.5 and 6 as well. In terms of side yard setbacks, for an R6 is 1.2 meters, and for an R4 is 1.2 meters as well. And for height, for an R6 is also 12 meters, and for an R4 is also 12 meters. And same with the R1s that you're currently in, they're also 12 meters as well. So the height is all the same, and that's one of the things that council does look at when we do zoning changes. But I appreciate you bringing those forward. And you had some question ideas in terms of about storm management. I think, as mentioned by administration, so the Genesis Lake subdivision has been designed to retain all the water in that large storm pond. So once this subdivision, whenever it gets developed as an R6 or an R4, if council chooses to change it, then there are those priorities where they put the piping in, water will go down and get piped into the big pond, and therefore there'll be less water coming into yard and go. Currently, because it's not developed, and I know development because we deal with a lot of them in our community, that the future phases get the dirt and everything pushed up onto it, which then accelerates all the water that comes down to the existing buildings right now. So I think hopefully sooner or later this area gets developed, and then that will alleviate a lot of that storm that comes into your property. I think that's it, unless we haven't covered anything else.
I do. If you could bring back that little map with the little laser.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the most important point we're trying to make is we live on Genesis Lakes Boulevard, okay? And I understand that we've got some R6 and R4 development, up there. I believe that's towards the north, right? Yes. But we're right on the front of the lake, and that particular row of housing on that bottom corner would really affect our property value and our experience there. And maybe there's not a lot of us. But all we're asking really is if there's going to be development, that we have some kind of transition in between. Every other walkway, and you can see the walkways in the path. If you look to the right there, they've got a walkway, and it's like, 30 feet? 30 feet of green space with trees and fencing. They've got a walkway because of the pipeline, I believe you said. We would be the only people who, in this whole community, who are going to be looking into backyards, and possibly 2 or 3. So we're just asking to maintain the integrity and character of the entire neighborhood, make sure we have some walkway, some space, some trees, and then, you know, there can still be a road or something going through and around. And the other thing is parking. As soon as you get into all of that extra high-density stuff, then people start parking on your street, you know, you're losing side mirrors, it's all happening, right? So we want you to look at the neighborhood as a whole and just appreciate where we're coming from on that block, and maybe give us a little more green space for our fur babies and a little more privacy.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that, the comment, and definitely having fur babies, I understand your comments. Members Council for clarity. Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for your comments and speaking tonight. And one of the things that we have to contemplate when we're looking at zoning changes is the change in impact to a resident. And so when we look at this property right now being zoned as an R6, if this zoning does not pass, if we do not change this to an R4 this evening, that property remains as an R6. It is already approved as an R6, which means any of the allowable activities, any of the allowable development, including all of the heights, the setbacks, et cetera, that Mayor Choi already mentioned, is all permissible. And so the current developer or a new developer could come forth, they could submit a subdivision plan to the town that complies with R6, and with a stamp of approval, they can move forward and build. And so as it exists today, what you're describing is allowable under the R6. There could be multiple lots backing onto those homes. They could have 2-story construction. They can have decks. They can have windows, all of those type of things. And so I'm just wondering, is there a point that you see between the R6 and the R4 in where you see that experience changing in a negative manner, based on what you've heard this evening of the changes, the differences between R6 and R4?
Well, this has been a great meeting, because I've learned a lot already, right? As much as I could get online, you know, but it's not the same as being here with real people, so thank you for that. So now that I'm hearing everybody speak, I'm kind of leaning to like Team R4, right? So I'm with you, okay? But in that, we're still asking to just be considered, so we're just not against somebody else's backyard. And to try and keep a little of that R1 experience if we can.
Excellent, thank you. And I appreciate that. And that's where I'm just wanted to make sure I was understanding that based on the concerns that you raised, there wasn't anything that I was missing between that difference. It was just going through the process, and zoning is not an easy thing. It's not something that everybody, you know, looks into because it's so thrilling.
Yes.
So appreciate your recognition of that this evening as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Definitely. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Anybody else in chambers like to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw amendment? Okay. Yeah, so definitely there's a, if you want to come, yeah, if you want to come down, there's a sign-up sheet there, so if you have to sign your name because you didn't pre-register, and then just introduce yourself to chambers, and then you can go ahead and speak.
I live at 2014 Genesis Lane, which is going to be right at the opening of this new subdivision. So some of my concern, first of all, traffic. That's number one, because we're going to be right there, which since 2 years we've been there, everybody comes to the end of that boulevard and they're stuck. Because they get stuck because there's no way in and out. So even the garbage truck, he can't even turn around there. He's got to back on the sidewalk or back all the way back to the corner of the street. So it's an inconvenient for all these service. So if it be a fire truck or something like that, and they go to the end of the street for a mistake, well, they're stuck. They have to back up they have, if there's vehicle, whatever, so they're stuck there. So all of a sudden, we're gonna have, nobody's saying how many units. I don't know why it's a secret, because I've been in planning all my life, and I can tell you, you know how many units there'll be there. So it'd be nice to know what's gonna be there. Is it gonna be unit 3-story high? We don't know. Like, you know, you said a certain height, but it could be a garage under, 2-story, a whole bunch of them. We don't know what's gonna be. Like the lady said earlier, we talked to all the neighbors. Nobody knows. All we know is it's gonna go from R4, R6 to R4. I mean, I'm sorry, but we're a little bit in the rear when it comes to planning on development like this. So all we have is a map and a piece of property saying, okay, well, this is what you're gonna have. But nobody's telling us how many units that's gonna go there. Maybe I want to sell my house tomorrow because it's gonna be not what I bargained for 2 years ago when I came here. Same thing, we did the survey. We asked, we phoned and everything. They said, yeah, it's gonna be house like you, behind you, which that's probably what's gonna happen because we are backing onto the pipeline. But to that new subdivision, there's 2 things there nobody talks about. Radon, because it's very wet there. You have a whole bunch of site pipe right now, which you're checking the radon right now. Nobody's talking to nobody about that. And I know, because I tell you one thing. Me, I put a radon monitor in my basement. When I moved there, my radon was 128, okay? Now I have a pipe going out, it's 28. So this whole area behind us and in the back there, it's all wet, okay? So when we're gonna start to dig there, the level of the radon is gonna go up big time in that neighborhood. Nobody's talking about that because nobody knows much about radon until you go on website and see about it. But these are all things. And here you're gonna be putting a whole bunch of people there, which we don't know, again, how many units. How many units? There must be somewhere that somebody knows about this, that we're gonna have like, I don't know, 250 house there, 100 house, who knows? I mean, that's a pretty good parcel there. I don't know what's exactly the amount of square footage that we're talking about in that property. But I know just next to that, they're gonna put a apartment building supposedly. So here all of a sudden, I mean, not that these people are gonna have access to our area, but maybe the next lot to it, that is R6 now, that's gonna be developed even if they have an access to 79th, I guess, or whatever there. It doesn't mean they're not coming back through Genesis area, right? So all of a sudden, we're getting a huge influx of people try to park, people try to, you know, run down it's gonna be a lot of people, but we don't know how many. Nobody's telling us that. So, me, I'd like to have a number. I'd like to know how many houses that they're talking about. I'm sure there is a number because there's nobody that does any planning without knowing how many houses they're planning on. And maybe like these people said, maybe part of that planning, yes, they could put a walkway or something like that, you know, adjacent to what we have right now. I mean, what would that take? It wouldn't take that much. Oh, maybe one lot less when you figure the whole amount of property would take. But, and
Okay.
this is what I'm saying is that somewhere we should know how many lots. So we all know in Genesis Lake because nobody knows. Nobody.
Okay.
Even we ask anybody in that neighborhood. Well, somebody knows, but they're not saying.
Okay, so I will thank you for the presentation and raising some new questions. So I do have that highlighted on my list as well. That wasn't brought up earlier in the presentations. So for an R6, so this is for everybody. Like everybody that buys and has a zone, they have different density requirements. For an R6 is 25 to 60 units per hectare. And then an R4 is the same thing, 25 to 60. So the number of houses per hectare or dwellings is the same. However, because an R6 is a comprehensive site, which means that they don't have to follow the town standards, so it's a condominium, that they can have more. Having an R4 reduces the number, so that addresses your question about density, that reduces it. And then the units are all about how many, when they will come to the next phase, if it changes, our staff will work with them to make sure that the roads are the right width to match our roads, that there's enough setback in terms of side yard setback, backyard setbacks, and all those setbacks that we have put into our legislation. So it's all like fair for everybody. That's why it's legislated as a bylaw. And then in terms of your mention about coming down Genesis Lane and having to turn around, well, that is the issue right now with an R6, because that's a separate lot by itself as a condominium unit. As an R4, that road is going to connect. So the garbage truck and all those trucks will go straight through, pick up all the garbage, and do the loop instead of having to turn by your house. So I think what you've raised is good comments and good commentary. I think the change from an R6 and R4 actually addresses and benefits and makes sure that we do make everything better that you mentioned.
So how many hectares that parcel is?
3.82. 842. Okay, thank you. So if all things fit, thank you, Councilor Laurie, means 92 to 230.
Which, because we're removing the townhome.
I'm sorry,
So based on the zoning on both R4 and R6, it's permissible for 90 to 230 units. One of the things that was spoken about earlier is in the R4 zoning that we're contemplating, it would allow for townhome construction, which is narrower lots, which allows you to put more lots into that area to achieve that 230 number. But in this contemplation this evening, there's the caveat remaining that the townhome portion of R4 would not be allowed. So its ability to achieve the 230 wouldn't exist without that caveat being in there.
Thank you for those numbers, yes. So in both the R6 and R4 allows that amount, but with the caveat, we're probably down to 90 to 130.
so right now, right by our neighbor's house, that's where the drain storm is. And that drain storm is the only drain storm that comes from that area to Genesis Lake, right, basically in front of our house, right? That drain storm is basically like, I mean, it's at capacity as we speak. Like when we had these big flood, I mean, the water is running between our houses because that drain storm couldn't take it. Okay, so now if they're gonna be bringing another storm water system to the lake, that means they gotta dig out that whole road to be able to bring another or a bigger pipe so it can bring water out of that area.
No, yeah, usually so that's done through directional drilling or they do it along the roadway. So this is a perfect example of what we're seeing, for example, in Fairways North. So we'll just talk about away from the subject, is Fairways North, stage 1 got developed, and then there's a storm pond there, and all the piping storm went there. Phase 2 got built, and then they put in the piping, and they connected, kept on going down, and then phase 3 and 4. But the people that bought and live in phase 1 received all the water and all the snow melt from stage 3 and 4 because it was not developed. So there was no drainage there, nothing, so it's just a pile of dirt. So when it melts, everything goes down there, which then makes the issue look worse than what it is. So when that subdivision finishes up, so when this gets developed in a year or 2 years, I don't know how long it's going to be, regardless if it's R4 or R6, that storm will be taken care of, because that was already decided when we did the area structure plan.
That storm's gonna have to get bigger.
No, there'll be piping that goes down to the storm pond. So, I don't know, so back in 2006, so there's already design of all the water's going and how it gets down to there. And then because this is not developed yet, it is just a piece of land, there's no piping there. So you receive more water than you should because there's nothing to take it down and
Yeah,
move.
but the water did not come from that property. The water came from the street and all the people's lot. When we had this big storm here 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks ago, all of a sudden, it's coming to that stormwater sewer, and can't take it. So it's backing up, and then it goes between our property to the pipeline in the back, towards there. So, I'm glad our property is done accordingly, because, we don't get the problem with the water yet. But if we got more water coming from that new development, well, then, it could create lots of problem, because that drain will not take the excess capacity. It doesn't take it as we speak. So,
Yeah. Okay, Councilor Placzko, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
yeah.
Administration, can you clarify, just so that we're clear here today, the new subdivision that, whether it's R6 or R4, when that's developed, that there will be proper storm drains put in place that will not affect the current storm drains that are already taking water from one area, that we'll be actually addressing that in the development?
Through your worship to Councillor Placzko and all of council. Again, the storm pipes have been sized according to the stormwater pond there for the retention, ultimately in the stormwater pond just south of this area. Ultimately, when these storm ponds or these storm pipes were created, they were designed to take the runoff from these other areas that would go into a similar road system. So really it's the extension of the existing sewers into these areas that would be done. Again, with this being proposed as an R4, that would necessitate public roads being in there as opposed to private roads, which would require those underground pipes. So again, potentially improving that situation. But ultimately, all of this area was done under the area structure plan with the guidance under conceptual engineering drawings to make sure that the storm pipes were sized accordingly, I guess is the way of putting it.
Thank you. Yes. So, yes, so the storm is designed to take all the water from this area?
Well, it's not. I'm just telling you that. So we live there, and it's not. It goes between our house. It's like a river. That's what we had. We should have took a picture, because here we are. I'm not going to argue. I'm telling you, it's not. So all of a sudden, whether it's a 4 or 6, it doesn't matter. Those pipe will not take the water excess. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, maybe you should have a look at it beforehand. Because obviously, if it's not, then you're digging the whole road, street all the way down, or else you go to the end of the cul-de-sac and bring another pipe in from the other end. You're going to have to do something most likely, or else somebody's going to get flooded down the way because of what I'm saying here today. So we'll have to take that to the bank, because they won't give you a loan on it.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Anything else to add, or I think?
No, that's it. So basically, we're talking about 230 homes.
No, actually. So the approved density for an R6 and an R4 are the same. So 90 is the minimum, 230 is the maximum. As mentioned, the maximum does not exist here because there's a caveat they're asking on there that is not allowing any row housing development. Okay? So to get that straight, so don't go tell everybody it's 230 because the caveat on there says it's not 230. Right?
Well, it could be, because it goes to maximum, you're saying.
Nope.
No?
They're asking for a caveat. So I think you were here in 2019 when we dealt with this from an R1 to an R6 site, and the developer wanted to make it a kind of a, as mentioned, a kind of a retirement community for individuals. One of the reasons that we heard from members of the Genesis on the Lake community was that we didn't want that density. So at that point in time, we put the restriction on there, no row housing, no town housing. So that even though the parameters are the same for the land zoning, it's shrunk down because we put those restrictions on it. So the minimum is 90, and the maximum, I don't know the plans because that's not this stage of the process. I would guess probably 120, 130 is the maximum in that area. Right? And that's why we, when we dealt with this in 2019, we added those restrictions onto the R6, which meant it prevented them from building the maximum amount of units on there. And then the developer here, the applicant, is asking for us to carry that same restriction over to the R4 to address the issues that they heard from the residents of Genesis on the Lake. So they heard from the residents, and that's why they're asking for that restriction to be put onto the R4. So I think they've kind of approached and heard a lot of the concerns that were there before, and they've kind of attached each thing that they've done to reduce those issues that they heard from the first public hearing when we zoned it from an R1 to an R6.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions for clarity? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your comments. I do have just one quick question of clarity. If that exemption, that caveat is to be removed from the title on this particular property, my understanding would be that that's not something the planning department can do. That would be something that would have to come back into chambers, and council would have to weigh in and allow that to happen. And so it's not a matter of, seeing a variance down the road where that would be permitted. That would be something that has to come back to the table here to be discussed, debated, and ultimately approved by council. Is that
yes,
a fair
that is
assumption of the
very
process?
fair. So thank you, Councilor Anderson, and thank you for adding that clarity to Mr. Goulet. Says so. If council decides to rezone this from an R6 to an R4, and we add that caveat on there, the developer and administration cannot remove that caveat. Only council can remove that caveat. So again, this again will be an application where, let's say 10 years down the road, they have not built out this area, and they want to come remove that caveat, then we do through the public hearing again. They will present why they want to remove that caveat. We hear those opposed, those for, those against, common judgments, and we'll ask questions for clarity, and then council at that point in time will decide if that caveat comes off. So they're asking for that caveat, and so if council adds that caveat on there, they can never build the maximum. Thank you for that clarity. Councilor Niebergo?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to administration, I just want to make sure that I understand this as a new council member. In terms of the rainwater, stormwater, granted, yes, we have had an anomaly year, but am I correct in understanding that the current development is currently developed to handle the stormwater within that context? The proposed zone right now has no capacity to handle any stormwater, so that is now running to the current development. And as that gets built out, there will be new pipes put in that will then allow that stormwater to be dealt with. Everything is, in a sense, flowing down to the first development. And as that gets built out, more and more pipes, in a sense, will be put into the ground to manage properly stormwater. Am I correct in understanding that?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, the Councilor Niebergo and all of council, the short answer is you're correct. As the mayor alluded to in an earlier dialogue with someone tonight, each area is built in phases, and each phase connects into each other. The piping that the manager of planning was alluding to and has been discussed at length tonight does all feed into the main storm pond in the center of the development right now. And the pipes are designed to convey the water from the developed areas that they connect to properly. There is a great deal of detailed review and design that goes on between the proponents and our staff to ensure that that occurs within our standards. There are certainly there's certainly something to be said about your comment, Councillor Nebigo, about how an undeveloped parcel connects into a developed parcel, and the fact that we don't currently manage the land groundwater the same way we will, or the surface water that connects into those developed sections like we would if they were fully developed. Just, I guess, again, to add to that, you're correct, that as we develop out, you will see that more, like the stormwater management be better managed than these current undeveloped parcels are currently doing.
Okay, let's continue on with the public hearing, so we can ask questions for administration later during when we have our debate on our bylaw itself. Administration, anybody else that has registered and just like to speak in opposition of the proposed amendment?
Through your worship, no one else has registered.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the next phase of the public hearing. So all those that have a general comment on the proposed amendment may now come forward. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered this evening.
Anybody in the gallery like to speak a general comment towards the proposed bylaw amendment? Okay, seeing none, that'll end that part of the public hearing. Moving back to the applicant, you have an opportunity to close if you like. Okay, so the applicant is fine not closing. Okay. With that, let's double check. Administration, have we followed the municipal government legislation to fulfill this public hearing?
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay, and with that, then I'll declare the public hearing for bylaw 2744/LUO/26 for Genesis on the Lake stages 4B and 4C land use bylaw amendment closed. And we will be dealing with this a little bit later in our agenda package under 8.1 under bylaws. Thank you. What time is it? Okay, let's take a quick recess, and then we'll come back in about 8 minutes, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, welcome back to council chambers. We've come back from our recess, and we'll continue on with our agenda after our statutory public hearing. So moving on to number 6, which is the adoption of council minutes, and it's the RCM of July 13th. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review them. I know it was quite a while ago. Maybe our memories is not as fresh as it used to be. You had the opportunity. Any errors, omissions, or comments on those minutes? Okay, I did not see anything, so Councilor Lawrence for the motion, please.
Town Council approved the July 13, 2026 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? And that's accepted. Moving on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. And we have one tonight, which is the planning advisory minutes from April 16th. And again, members of council had the opportunity to review them. Any questions for clarity and understanding on those minutes? Okay, see none. Councilor Niebergo.
Thank you, Worship. I move the Town Council receive the Council Board and Committee minutes for information.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. All right, moving on to number 8, which is bylaws. 8.1 is bylaw 2744/LUO/26, and this is the Genesis on the lake, stages 4B and 4C. Administration, anything to follow up, please, after the public hearing?
Through your worship, to all of council, nothing further to add based on what was talked about. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, we're here.
Thank you. Members of council, I know we had a lot of questions for clarity and understanding. Any more questions for clarity and understanding to administration regarding the application from R6 to R4? Okay. Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do have a question through to administration, not necessarily about the zoning specifically, but the process. We do have a public advertisement bylaw that would suggest when we use specific methods for advertisements and so on. I think currently we have sort of a standard and an advanced process. I believe for this one there was a notice sign and it was advertised on the website, which would follow that standard advertisement process. What would have taken this particular amendment or application to that advanced stage where that mail out would have gone out to residents in the area? Now, I do appreciate that there's some differences in when and how this looks, and so just for my clarity and those that are watching online and involved in the process can understand the difference between the two, please.
Good question. Go ahead, administration.
Your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. Ultimately, the advanced requires a change to the overarching area structure plan or neighborhood plan. In this case, going from a medium district to a medium district doesn't really constitute a change to the area structure plan, so that threshold was not triggered. Again, if they wanted to change it to low density, high density, commercial, something substantially different, that would trigger the advanced notification for a related public hearing.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Mayor, if I may, just so I don't want to come back to this a little bit later, I do have a follow-up here. Certainly 2023, members of council at the time, myself included, approved that public advertisement bylaw. But in the 3 years since, we've had a number of zoning applications come through where we've had residents in chambers who have expressed that they feel ill-informed. We heard that again today. I will look to administration. I know we generally have sort of a 5-year review. This one, I think it was signed 2023. It says 5th year being 2031, which should have been 2028, I think. But is this something, based on the feedback that we've heard from residents and so on, council can expect to have an opportunity to have a discussion about or weigh in at some point in the near future? Not looking for a date, not looking for anything specific, but we have heard on a number of occasions through these hearings that residents don't have the information they're hoping for, and that would lead me to suggest we may need to reevaluate the way that we advertise these changes to the public. So what might that look like for us in the near future?
Okay. Administration, on the advertising bylaw, please.
Thank you, Worship. Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council. We recently did bring the public advertising bylaw to council for a reset back on June 22nd. And part of that dialogue was that with council was we didn't, as administration, didn't recommend any changes to the policy and practice at the time. At the end of the item, we did reset the time, the time for review, I believe to 2031. I don't have it in front of me, but I do appreciate that. Over the next couple of years, we would be taking in comments that we hear from the public as well from our staff and what we hear in council, and considering any recommended changes should there be any necessary over that period.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councilor Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. So back to the zoning specifically, I just want to sort of summarize what I've heard this evening and some of the thoughts. I did want to make note earlier that we do have a stormwater master plan on our website, so those that are online and that have engaged in the process tonight, that does have everything from identified drain basins to ditches and creek flows and sort of surface water and all of those. There's 160 pages of information and maps to the point that I think even the diameters of sort of the pipes and so on are included in there. And so if you're looking for that information, it is available, Stormwater Master Plan on our website. Sort of summarized what we heard this evening in terms of feedback from residents into probably 4 categories here, and many of these have been asked and answered by my colleagues on council and administration, but stormwater was a really big one, and we have sort of heard through discussion this evening that there is capacity in the area to handle the water that'll come off of this particular area. It may not be perfect at the moment in the sense that we have water from an undeveloped area sort of draining into an area that has been developed for drainage and maybe not working as residents in the area would hope, but that we have confidence in the infrastructure that is in place there, and as this develops out, that their stormwater will be well taken care of. The density argument or conversation has been asked and answered at length, and appreciate administration of my colleagues there. The traffic piece, and I appreciate sort of going through the maps and some of the history here that we're not able to go through that R6 that does border 79th Avenue, but we do have in Genesis on the Lakes area structure plan. There is a roadway that runs north-south, like immediately to the west of the property that we're talking about here. That was just shown in illustration, I think, as a potential future roadway. Administration indicated this evening that that road will continue to the west. But I'm just looking for clarity, at what point will that then turn north to 79th Avenue. The reason that comes up for me, and if we went to really any of the maps in our agenda package that illustrate this, is this particular area is going to be developed out, and it's going to be a closed loop that's going to force all of the traffic, including the additional lots here, to go down Genesis Lake Boulevard out to 779 or 79th Ave, but further to the east. And so all the traffic is going to be funneled through that area before they can get to an exit point, which I can appreciate leads to additional traffic in those areas and so on. And so just some understanding, if we have it, and if this is a future development thing, that is what it is. But could we expect an additional exit to the west of this area that joins up to 79th Avenue? Or will this sort of be closed and everybody will be forced out the other side to the east?
Your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council, it depends. And I like to say it depends because, again, this is one of those instances where the development industry ultimately through our guidance, or through council's guidance and the town's guidance, activates most development in town. So ultimately, the quarter section here to the west of what we're talking about, there is no area structure plan there in effect. So ultimately, they would have to, or the landowner would have to bring an area structure plan in front of council here. That would have to be approved, likely with concurrent zoning, subdivision, and so forth. So as of right now, I did misspoke because technically the Deerfield area structure plan is in effect there. Noting the history on that and a large brand new quarter section going forward, we would require them still to do a new area structure plan. So a bit of both. Ultimately, at this level, if you were to look at, say, the transportation master plan, it would show the collector road here going into that quarter section and probably going north at some points. So again, at the highest level, we want connectivity between quarter sections. So ultimately, this exists in the Genesis one going west. I believe there was some drawings I've seen in my time here that show the road going north almost parallel to the quarter section boundary quite quickly there. Again, this is always a possibility, but there is no plan in effect right now.
No, and I do appreciate that. It is illustrated in, I think it's the Genesis on the Lakes, Genesis on the Lakes, ASP, but it is sort of in the maps that I'm looking at, sort of grayscaled, if you will, indicating that it's not a part of this ASP specifically. So I do appreciate that there's the potential, but not imminent. So thank you for that. The other piece that really stood out for me was, again, that education piece in many different levels, what that looks like. And certainly that is something for council to flush out. And I do appreciate Ms. Cobol's comment this morning that after hearing the discussion and being a part of, the conversation, that she feels she has some of the answers that she was looking for. And I think, not to quote, but the words where I think I can sort of get behind and support the new districting. And so all things considered, to borrow the wise words of former Councillor Hansard, unless the wisdom of my colleagues on council convinces me otherwise, I look forward to seeing this move forward this evening.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Pletchko, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm not quite sure where this fits, but if I'm out of line, you can point me in the right direction, know as where it goes. One of the things that come to mind when I was looking at this is we get a lot of questions and concerns about water and where it's running and how it's running. One of the things that we never talk about is lot grading programs that we have that we did not have in the past. Is that something that administration can speak to regarding how the flow of water is somewhat mitigated on properties by the flow of that? And then a bit of a comment to that would be, when somebody doesn't do their final grade on their lot and it stays at rough grade, is there a program in the community that will cause them to have to do that at some point in time, and when is that point in time?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor and all of council, so speaking to the lot grading itself, lot grading is a requirement for any new builds. There, as you mentioned there's two phases. There's the rough grade, which is generally when the house is complete. There's your rough surface application of topsoil, or generally something before they get to the final grade, which is your final landscape. Typically, most homes will opt for have the developers just install grass or maybe some light landscaping. Those need to be submitted to the town planning and engineering teams. They review it. They work with the landscaping company, whoever it is, whether it's the developer or someone else, and ensure that that the requirements within our engineering standards are met. Over time, as you were asking, if someone doesn't complete that next step to their final grade, that can affect the drainage in and around their home, that can affect theirs or perhaps how their neighbors will work. At times, there will be some intricacies with neighboring properties like common swales, so both neighbors are required to drain into the same location, so it gets to the street efficiently. It minimizes contact within the homes itself. There can be different lots. There can be front to back drainage. There can be split drainage, and it's important for all homeowners to be aware of their type of drainage and their type of lot that they are occupying and their responsibilities to do so. From time to time, we will get calls from residents about how a neighbor may have made landscaping choices on their properties that could have maybe changed or altered what has been there before, or maybe it has never been there, and staff do follow up with them. The last point I was taking mental notes as you were asking, the connection to how we have done things and how we are doing things is very different in the last even 7 years. Our inspection program is better in the sense that we are doing more follows with developers as they go. It's something that I do expect that we'll continue to improve on as we get more and as we get more mature as a community and we get better at understanding what we need to look for.
Greatly appreciate that. One of the things that come to mind today was when he was talking about the water flowing through his property in mass rains. It's probably doing what it's supposed to do, leaving his yard some way, shape, or form, whether it's front or back, right? Which is a result of what our grading program has created, which has now helped us with getting the water from where we need it to go to, right?
Through your worship, to Deputy Mayor and all of Council, correct. The point of the lot grading on any individual is to ensure that the water is going where it's supposed to go. And most cases with residential homes, you want that to go to the street or some other designed location. In these cases, if they're front to back, we generally want to see that water take the shortest path out to the front of the property so it can get to the storm system.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to second reading then. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2744/LUO/26, a bylaw to amend land use bylaw 2735/LUO/26.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, we had a presentation, we had a couple public hearings and some commentary from residents. We also had some questions that were answered for clear understanding from members of Council. Questions, comments, and debate on the motion. Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start just quickly in regards to the advertising and education portion of it. And, we did make some changes a couple of years back, and frankly, in all the years I've been on council, in 10 years' time essentially now, it is the same issue over and over and over again. But what I continue to hear is that when people buy their homes, they speak to their realtor or they speak to their neighbor or the people in the community, but I rarely ever hear, I came in and I spoke to the town. And I'm challenged by that because when we go on our website and you look back at the history of the Deerfield Area Structure Plan, you look back at the history of the Genesis Area Structure Plan, all that information is there. Just like as was referenced earlier, the Stormwater Master Plan. We put all of these resources on the website in order to allow that information to be accessible for residents, whether they are existing residents, new residents, people looking to come to the community. Our town office is open, our planning department is open, they're able to be contacted, they're able to be talked to. We have all of this there. We have all of this available. And so I'm continually troubled when I hear, well, I spoke to my realtor and I was told A, B, C, X, Y, Z. So I'm not sure what different or what change or things like that we can do up to creating a point where it becomes then untenable for a developer. For instance, a lot of the questions tonight were around, well, a concept plan. Well, a concept plan might not even be done yet because a concept plan costs a lot of money, and if a zoning change isn't approved, that work might not get done. Asking a developer to, put forward a whole bunch of money to develop a plan like that. And we all know, sitting across this bench, that even if that were to happen, a developer could put all that money in, do all the plan, everything like that, and get a rezoning. Maybe they don't get an investor. Maybe they don't end up with the capital and they sell the lot. And the next person comes in and does something entirely different, but allowable under the zoning. So I think, you know, I can understand the frustrations that were expressed with that and wanting to see that. I think everybody, of course, wants to know, you know, what's going to be there, but I think the reality is still, even with approval from an R6 to an R4, we still don't know what is going to be there. We know some parameters and what is allowable and what's not allowable, but we don't know final build form. We don't know total number of lots and units. We don't know anything other than this would be what is allowed, and this is now the confines to which the developer can move forward and work with. And I think it's more around that message, that when we're talking about zoning, when we're communicating about zoning changes, I think we really need to focus, because I can recall in Genesis another zoning change where the developer came in with a concept and the discussion became all about the concept and everything and not about the actual use of the land. And it created, I would argue, more of an issue than what it solved. So I just wanted to kind of address that first, in where, you know, it's not a unique situation, it's not a new situation, and ultimately the town has the information and is more than happy to inform, educate, and provide that information to anybody who's inquiring. If you are buying a property in the town of Stony Plain and you want to know what is around you or what might be around you, please come to town office or call the planning department. That is the best way to make that happen. Just to touch again on some of the things that were brought up, you know, the green space, the traffic, the utilities, I mean, all of those things, those have all been identified again back to the ASP. And if we want to talk about ASP changes, the original Genesis area identified in the Deerfield area structure plan was actually a proposed mobile home park. So, I mean, you want to talk about changes, going from a mobile home park to what Genesis is today is a pretty big change. But change happens. That's why we have this process. But the general plan does identify, can it manage the traffic? Does it provide the required green space? Are the utilities sized appropriately? And we heard, again, great points where until that utility is built, it doesn't operate properly. And so while that land remains undeveloped, stormwater might run off in the wrong direction. A sewer might not have a proper loop connection. A fire hydrant line, a water line might not have a proper loop connection. They might have dead-end terminals and things that could actually be more problematic than having development occur. This does improve access, as we heard, was talked about. There's currently 2 stub ends, 2 dead ends of a road. The previous R6 plan, I know that we saw, retained that. This also connects to Genesis Lakes Boulevard, which right now terminates on a future development to the west, but that is a road that will extend to the west and will, in likelihood, connect to 79th Ave and provide alternate egress and ingress to there. It provides circular traffic for things like emergency vehicles, things like the garbage trucks that were mentioned, so on and so forth. So, I mean, the reality is, and that's why I asked the question, based on what exists today in R6 and moving to an R4, what do people want to see? Do they see an issue with moving from R6 to R4? And I heard it very clear, and based on everything that I've seen, read, heard, everybody would be supportive of R4 over R6, though their preference might be something else. The R4 over R6 is acceptable, which is what we're debating, and so that leads me to support that motion.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Loring. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I don't know that I have a lot more to say. I just want to ask administration, so going through this process today, even though the developer is sitting in the room, is there an opportunity for you when discussing what's going on with them to have a bit of a discussion about a little bit more green space or things like that? Now, I know it's not something that they're required to, it's not something that's part of the R4 or R6, but it just, for future reference, so that they know what we've heard from the people in the park and how they see this area fit. Is there any need for us to have that discussion with the developer at the time they come with their actual plans?
Administration?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko and all of council. It's something we can always pass on, I guess, is how I would say. The fact that they're here, they're hearing this, the fact that we had a public hearing, questions were raised, I think that's almost more meaningful than us having some pre-assumed notion. By having this public discourse, it really does shine a light on what is important to the residents and allows the developer to take that into account. Again, I think council's done a good job in even asking questions, and some of the questions we've answered in terms of providing some of that context that this is, you know, the move from an R6 to an R4, it's not optional in terms of doing a standard block plan or a standard lot with lots fronting onto a public street. By making it the R4, council would ensure it has that type of development. Where I'm going from this is I was just reviewing the setbacks. And again, if it's done as a comprehensive plan site, there are some reduced, say, rear yard setbacks, depending on how the buildings would be laid out in a private comprehensive plan site. So that's what the R4 currently allows. So ultimately, by allowing something like a rezoning to an R4, it would further restrict that, which I think is what we heard today.
I greatly appreciate that. I have a second question if I can. So it revolves around the Deerfield ASP. Now the Deerfield ASP is fairly old, hasn't been back into council for a while. How do residents know that there could be changes to what is currently on an ASP? How do we keep them informed so that when they do buy their houses, they do understand, and I get that most of them will only ask the realtor, and a realtor will tell you what you want to hear so that they can sell a piece of property. That is just an outgoing fact, we know that. But how do we make that available here at the town so that we can say to them, you know, over the last 10 years, that ASP has changed a little bit, and through the MGA, we want to have higher densification within the community. It's a requirement, or there's this change in the act that needs to be changed. How do we do that so that our residents can be more informed, even though they probably will never come and ask us that question at this level?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship, Councillor Pletchko and all of council. I think the way administration does it, at least, is our website, as mentioned earlier, is very transparent. It's very open. Just going to the pages here that we have to kind of highlight some, you know, reports, studies, and plans is a page that I actually go to a lot as administration working on it because it is such a resource. It does contain that information there. I don't know if it's always easy to drive people to the website, but again, it is something that when a public, an open house or a public hearing takes place, it brings you to the website. The website is there. We try to put links. I think something I like to indicate is typically the first reading is really just to introduce something. When we put the public hearing information on there, that notice on the website, it does include, we usually put something on the package from first reading on there. So all that resources that council gets during the first reading to kind of provide context is provided. If it is something where we're doing the advanced and we require an open house ahead of time, again, we are trying to educate, go out there, have the developer go out there and reach the a larger group, a larger radius there. So I think a combination of the website and then again, posting on site, doing mailouts, and things underneath that bylaw that was mentioned earlier today for the public notice.
I greatly appreciate what you've had to say today. I think one of the things that keeps coming to mind is the R6 to the R4. When we changed it from the R1 to an R6, I think one of the things that we really hesitated on was making this a one way in, one way out, basically a small community within a community, and we heard a fair bit of discourse about that. Yet today, going from an R6 to an R4, we're actually redefining that area much better than it was in an R6 setting. So I think, you know, it's like Councillor Anderson just said, unless I hear the difference from our councillor and better wisdom than what I'm sitting here with today, I'm in favor of seeing this become an R4.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions, comments, and debate on it? Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd like to thank my fellow councillors here for addressing some of the specific concerns of the residents. So I'm not sure I can add a whole bunch here, although maybe just to characterize what I think is a bit of what we're talking about here. From my sort of perception of it, Genesis on the Lakes was originally sort of envisioned as a premium, low-density, large lot neighborhood. It's a perception, I think, that you only need to drive through that neighborhood and you get a sense of that. And it's a perception that continues to persist. Of course, with the passage of time, that neighborhood has, we heard the Deerfield area structure plan is going on 20 years old. So, of course, things change in that time. I do think, certainly, a fellow councillor mentioned some other rezoning attempts, and so, and also reflected in today's is our caveat to limit row housing. So I think this council certainly has had an eye on that neighborhood and certainly had an eye on the character of that neighborhood, and it's anyhow. Today's rezoning, I think, actually still fits that vision fairly well. It's a little bit different, but I think we still retain the general character of that neighborhood, and we do it well. So, as it's been mentioned a few times, unless somebody convinces me otherwise, I think I'll be supporting this as well.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. And I think there's been mention of the Deerfield ASP. I look around this table. I think 5 members of council were not even born when the Deerfield Area Structure Plan was approved. So the Deerfield Area Structure Plan was approved in 1983. Okay? So, exactly. So things do change, and as mentioned by Councillor Laurie, there was a big strip of where Genesis on the Lake is now, was contemplated and approved in the Deerfield Area Structure Plan as a mobile home park. And from there, back in 2006, is when that came back and had that rezoned to Genesis on the Lake. So that's 20 years old, but the original plan is 43 years old. So it's interesting to see how things move along in the community. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Actually, that's no debate, just questions and answers, sorry. I have not yet accepted a motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. No, it's been mentioned lots, even here, being able to answer questions for those residents who had concerns. They seemed very much more willing to understand, and R4 would better fit their concerns. The only comment I would make outside of what my colleagues have mentioned is knowing that the applicant is still here, and maybe they may have heard some of the concerns and questions that those residents did put forth about green space, trails, not backing on backyard to backyard type of thing, but again, not forcing that issue, but knowing that, again, they carried over the caveat that they didn't have to, right? They wanted to maintain that feel that was already there in that community spirit. So other than that, no, I agree that I do not see an issue with the R4 from the R6.
Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. So Councilor Anderson has the motion, so any more comments? Okay. Seeing none, definitely it was a good public hearing. Nice to see that our residents did come out and voice some of their concerns or just some questions that they may have had. That tells me that our public advertising is working. I've been around the table for 18 years now, and every time we have a zoning or a change, people do come out. So that tells me that our public advertising and engaging our residents is working. Personally, I think there's tons of information out there, and there's also too much information. You know, if you put too much information on the signs, one, do people actually read it? Or it just becomes just more jumble. They have the opportunity, as mentioned earlier when I think Councillor Anderson asked, that if they actually emailed and said, can you tell me more about it? They would answer that. But if they just register a letter saying, I oppose it, well, it's not asking them to explain it. Like, it's not the town's position to defend or to explain. Right? It's like, this is what the developer wants to do, come check it out. If you want information, ask us. So I think that's always a good conversation, but I do see that the public advertising and engaging our residents is working. Definitely, we've seen it here, and we've seen it at some of the different public hearings that we've had. Looking at this rezoning from an R6 to an R4, I do support. There is, currently in Genesis on the Lake, there is an R6 site, an R4 site, a very large R8 site, and 2 sites that are already R5, along with the R1 and R3 larger lot, residential lots. So it does kind of maintain and conform with the current developments that we have that is already in place. Some of the questions that were raised, especially about storm, I think we have that conversation with many of our residents in any subdivision that is not complete. And that's just the pace of development. I know developers do not have the money to put in all the infrastructure projects in first, and then to sell the lots and phase it out, because I think not very many people do have that ability to do that, and I know the town doesn't have that ability either. So I'm glad to see that if this happens to go forward as R6 or an R4, some of that development would happen and address some of those storm issue that we just heard. In terms of traffic, I think from the R6 to an R4 will actually reduce the amount of traffic congestion that might occur with the R6, especially not having the turnabout on Genesis Lane, which allows that full turn into this little area and coming back onto Genesis Boulevard, which then kind of increases that flow. We talked, we heard different things about height restrictions, and 100%, I definitely agree. Like if I had a house there and I don't want somebody that's building a very large house beside me. However, all the height requirements are the same for all the densities that we talked about. R6, R1, and even R4. So they may not have a 3-story house, they may not have a bungalow, but there's only allowed them to have a 12-meter high property. So there's nothing different here. We heard talk about definitely access and congestion and density. I would agree, definitely as a member of our community, you introduce more houses, there's more density. However, asking from an R6 to an R4 is actually reducing that density, and also having that caveat on there that says no row housing reduces that density. So I think that ties into what we heard at a public hearing in 2019 when the residents heard what was being proposed, and they also asked that we reduce the density, and that was also added as a caveat to reduce the density. I'm glad that the developer has heard that and continued to bring that forward to the R4, because the R4 zoning does not have that limitation. But with this property, if this does get rezoned in this bylaw, it will have this caveat. And as asked by Councillor Anderson very, very wisely, is that the developer or the owner of the land or our administration cannot change that caveat or remove it. Council has to. So that means it engages another public hearing to our residents in Genesis on the Lake, so we can hear from them before we, as a council, make that change in the future. So with those safeguards in place, and I think it does support what we want to do in our community in providing different housing options, housing types to address the market. The R4 does fit into the current zoning that we do have throughout Genesis on the Lake, so I will be supporting the bylaw amendment. Councilor Anderson, anything else? Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. That is passed. Moving on to third reading. Councilor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2744/LUO/26.
Thank you. Members of Council, we've heard some closing comments from everybody, some questions for clarity and understanding. Any last comments and debate on the motion? Okay, I do not either, but I do see the developers in the stands today, so thank you for being here, and even though you do not choose to present, I think that was kind of mentioned by Deputy Mayor that, and also Councilor Laurie, that it's hard for a developer to spend tens of thousands of dollars to do a site design when we don't know what the site is allowed for, right? Because currently now it is zoned for R6, which means, well, you could do a site design for that, but you're asking to change. So and you don't have the approval, so why would you want to spend the dollars? But I'm glad you're here to hear what the residents had to say and some of the questions regarding traffic, regarding safety, regarding just some sightlines and everything. Hopefully you take that into consideration when the site map is developed. Last round, questions, comments, debate. Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to 8.2. And 8.2 is first reading for bylaw 2745/LUO/26. And this is South Creek Stage 5A and 5B. Go ahead, administration, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship. This again is the first reading for bylaw 2745/LUO/26 for the South Creek Stage 5A and 5B land use bylaw amendments. As with the previous bylaw, we are at the land development tier of the land use planning framework in Stony Plain. Moving on to the area of context here, this bylaw kind of zigzags a little bit from the stormwater pond here over to via 60th Avenue to Veterans Boulevard. Ultimately, it's just south of the storm pond. I guess maybe some quick highlights. So again, this here would be 60th Avenue, which would provide a second access into South Creek. The road would meander as we get to some other maps. I can show you some more details, but ultimately it's sort of in the southern half of the South Creek in the area that's already been developed further to the north there. So in terms of the South Creek area structure plan, see it looks a little bit different from the map we just had. Again, we interpret these at a conceptual level. So ultimately there's a series of roads, singles and semis is kind of the housing typology. You can see a central stormwater pond here, which is approximately located where it is, various MR located throughout the area, and ultimately a collector road that is South Creek Drive that meanders down to a major road on the south side, which we are showing as 60th Avenue on this application. So getting into some more details on the specifics of the rezoning, we're looking to do FD to R5, P3, P1, and ultimately some proposed road. So this provides a little more clarity. So you can see here, the road would come down, would, as I said, kind of zigzag through the neighborhood and come closest as it can to Veterans Boulevard, providing that second access to be able to be done. Of note, the P3 would provide drainage into the storm pond, which is the larger P3 here, north of the site. And then there's a smaller area here for an P1. Other than that, they're looking for the R5 for the private residential developed areas. Providing a little bit of color to the context. You can see here as part of the proposal, they've got single detached and semi-detached products. There's a small little area here adjacent to the green space that would be zero lot lines as proposed. But ultimately, it just, as I said, zigzags sort of through the area. You've got single detached on the north side, semi-detached on the south side, and then the zeros off of what they have here shown as a future park. Ultimately, again, aligning with the future east-west road, which is 60th Avenue is noted here, which would hook up again to Veterans Boulevard. That's the overview we have for first reading. So again, the next steps would be for a public hearing, which we've proposed for September 28th, and ultimately second and third reading and council decision at that point in time. Any questions? We're here. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and looking for any questions or comments from members of council. Councilor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Can you tell me what that would bring that area to for zero lot lines?
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, to Councillor Pletchko and all of council. Currently, South Creek has approximately 29 lots that would be approved for zero lot lines.
Plus the 7?
Just one sec here. And this would add an additional approximately 9 based on what we've seen.
Thank you. One further question, if I could, right at this point in time. Does that road allow for the infrastructure for the development to the east, and will that be tied in at the same time?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko and all of council, yes, there is a portion there that would be. Just bear with me for a sec here, and I will load it back up. So in terms of discussing the lands to the east, I believe you're referring to the, let's go to a different map here. This one shows a little bit. So future Edgelands neighborhood here. So ultimately the portion here is where right now we're working with the Edgeland developers. Just one sec here, just catching up for the technology. So ultimately over here, just gonna let my mouse slowly catch up. Oh, hold on. I guess, oh jeez.
Technology, wonderful thing.
It's great when it works properly.
Oh, hold it here. Okay, my apologies. I'll do my best to explain it without having the map up there. Ultimately, the first little jog that goes east-west on the north side of the rezoning area, that portion there would have some sanitary and water line extensions that would ultimately be carried further to the east across the one lot that's not part of this rezoning that's in the South Creek neighborhood, and that would ultimately go over to the Edgelands. So yes, there is a portion of Stage 5 for South Creek here that would help facilitate some of the development over to the Edgelands neighborhood.
Thank you. That's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding, members? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. I'm just looking to page 50. Oh, no, sorry. No, I lost my spot. The last page of your presentation. We'll just go with that one, I believe. Page 79. Sorry, I had 59. 79. We're going to look for the map here. Certainly, we had the color that was alluded to by administration on that map. I'll give it 1 second. Can try to explain it, but I think a picture says 1,000 words. So there we go, 79. Thank you for that. So the yellow obviously being what we're looking at here, directly to the west, I guess, of the shaded area there, we see Future Park. It's okay, thank you. One of the questions that I have relates to, I think we have this zero lot line. I think to the west of that, there's a couple of areas that are also zero lot line that are sort of all fall in alignment there with the Future Park in the middle. That Future Park, though, is not being zoned as such. And so just looking for an indication from administration, has that been a conversation with the developer? Why would we leave this sort of as future development instead of zoning it as P1 if that's the intention of this area?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, typically we work with developers to ensure one stage, say about a year, maybe 2 years of development is kind of done. Past experience is that when we zone too much, we got to change it again in a couple of years because development plans change. Just in terms of the background of why we do that. In this case, this is the area, including the roads and the land directly adjacent to those roads that the developer has put forth to develop in Stage 5. Ultimately, the future park is just outside of that area in terms of bounding directly onto one of the adjacent roads. So it has not been included there. But again, this is what I like to call this as a shadow plan is typically what I would refer to this, basically showing their sort of future road alignments and future public utility lots, MR, that sort of thing, just so that it gives a good indication of what they are intending to. The one thing I'll say about this sort of zigzag alignment is it does definitely define this area a little more definitively than it would if it was not that sort of a pattern.
And I do appreciate that. I think one wonders, and I've seen a few of these types of things come through, but sometimes we end up with sort of MR allocations that are sort of convenient parcels for a developer, but maybe aren't ideal parcels for a neighborhood or a municipality. And so I like the idea of, having this future park identified and laid out. I, appreciate that it's neighboring some zero lot lines on this side in this particular plan. I think to the other side in maybe 5A, 5B, something like that, where we had some additional zero lot lines. And I guess the reality is, if it's not zoned here, the developer can come back with this particular area that's currently penciled in, if you will, as a future park, and this could be, additional residential units and so on. And it may be a situation where, again, we end up with some slivers of MR that, again, may be convenient, but potentially not an ideal situation. And so maybe just some thoughts from administration on the designation of park space. I know this one's a bit of a stretch in that we're trying to get out to veterans through a future development area and are trying to piece something together. But we certainly also don't want to lose the intent and the focus that council has moved forward with over the last number of years, really focusing on our parks and green spaces and so on. And so how do we ensure, or what parameters are in place as a municipality to ensure that this area will be well serviced by parks and green spaces moving forward?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council. The park space in this part of South Creek is something that administration has worked quite closely with this developer. It's been proposed in several different spaces in terms of site plans. Generally speaking, administration does prefer it to be along the collector road. So if you can kind of notice here, South Creek Drive here is the major collector road here. So this does allocate that kind of centrally located right off the collector road. So both good access in terms of, say, a buffer around that, easy proximity to houses to have the residents walk there, as well as visibility off of the collector road. The main thing I guess I could leave is that with the spacing, even just in this area here, it would be difficult for a developer to build a standard depth here, and they would be required to still have this amount of MR in the future areas. So again, it is something that we could look into more, but ultimately the layout and design of this sort of staggered zigzag pattern does definitely facilitate that in the future, even as it is right now, without it being specifically rezoned as, say, a P1 park district right now.
Okay, and I certainly appreciate that, and I'm grateful for the information that has been shared. With that being said, if the town feels like it's a good spot and the developer sort of circled back to it a number of times that it's a good spot, I guess it comes back for me personally as that question of then why aren't we zoning it in here? And if we go back to the previous agenda item, specific to the caveat being on the title of that land, that, that's now in place and we're comfortable and confident with that. And if there's going to be a change, it's going to come back into council. And so I guess for me, just, as an individual council member, feel like any time that we can designate and zone our future parks as such to ensure that there is a robust conversation with council moving forward before those, get changed to some alternative zoning. I have always appreciated having those opportunities. And so just my thoughts, certainly the zoning we see, appreciate that this is coming forward, appreciate that it's going to be able to get us out to veterans, and look forward to the potential of a public hearing to see how the community feels about this as well.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any more questions for clarity and understanding to administration? Okay. Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
I just take the opportunity maybe to just throw my support there behind what Councillor Anderson is talking about there. I mean, we just heard about how residents are always curious about what's going up behind them. Certainly as well, it is more zero lot line, and that future park strikes me as an important feature when you combine it with the other zero lot line. So just that, just throw my support there. I too would like to see that more than just penciled in.
Okay, any other comments? Questions for clarity? Okay, thank you, Administration, for the presentation. Definitely looking forward to have this come to the public hearing and seeing what our residents have to say in terms of the advertisement. This does look a little wonky to me because usually we do very, very precise developments. So talking about the future park, I would 100% agree if we were coming straight down and then having the actual road done and the other side done so that the park's actually accessible without having that road down there. The only access is through the walkway that's being proposed, which then makes it, but if it's just zoning, can we zone it? I'm pretty sure if it's zoned, I am not looking for amenities there. I think, again, that's one of the questions too, as a developer. When you zone it, then to develop, then you have to put amenities on there. And if you're not having the amount of uptake or the number of lots to sell to cover your costs, then that hampers your development project as well. And I think Councillor Loyens and Deputy Mayor Laurie at that time, we had a conversation with the developer at that time talking about this, and I think one of the big things we were very pushing on, concerned about, was the secondary access out. And that's why this kind of zigzagged out there, because that future development, that's why they couldn't go straight across, because that future development, that's the quarter section to the east of that, is not owned by the developer. So you can't put a road through somebody else's lot. And that's why it kind of zigzag and jogs down to 60th Avenue and then straight across. I do like the comment by administration. That does bring in services to the east, which then allows that future development and also further on the Edgelands development as well. So that I think that's what council's been looking at as well. We've seen some earth moving and different things happening on Edgelands, and this will also help facilitate that as well. So definitely looking for that commentary coming in to see how that all ties into the future as we continue to grow our community. Those are my thoughts, but I look forward to hearing what the public hearing has to say and what the developers have to say, and then the rest of the conversation and debate from members of council. Okay. With that, Councillor Laurie for the motion for first reading, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2745/LUO/26, a bylaw to amend land use bylaw 2735/LUO/26, and to authorize administration to schedule a public hearing on September 28th, 2026.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Questions, comments, and debates on the motion? Okay, Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to recognize that, again, a lot of conversations, a lot of work, a lot of time has gone into this, in getting the second access into this area. I know it's been something that's been talked about for years upon years upon years. And so very happy to see this plan finally come forward, and looking forward to the developer's presentation in the second reading where we can ask some of the questions that we asked tonight and get some of their information, and also potentially ask a timeline, because I would love to know what the developer's intentions are for how quickly they're looking to get that access completed.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. See no more hands up. Call the question. All in favor of first reading? And that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to 8.3. So this is bylaw 2746 /DEB/26, and this is for the High Park Fill Line front end debenture bylaw, and this is the first reading. Administration, once you're set up, you can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. The debenture bylaws being presented this evening complete the final two debenture bylaws of 2026. The first bylaw is 2746/DEB/26 for the High Park Water Fill Line. The town partnered with the Capital Region Parkland Water Services in the twinning project to have a direct water line to the High Park Reservoir. Upgrading the line supports growth and is funded by developer offsite levy water. Funding for this project was approved in the 2025 through 2027 corporate plan in the amount of $3.7 million under the Water Main Network Upgrade Project. The second bylaw is 2743/DEB/26 for the arterial road network, specifically the construction of a new intersection at 28th Street and Highway 16A to support growth in the North Business Park. Funding of $2.4 million was approved in the 2026 to 2028 corporate plan, funded from developer offsite levy roads. Relevant documents in the consideration of and approval of debenture bylaws are outlined on the screen with newly updated debt management policy and various MGA sections. The debentures presented this evening increase the town's total outstanding debt to $76.7 million. The bylaws presented this evening will leave $12.4 million of available debt capacity under the MGA and will exceed the internal debt limit by $5.5 million or 6.12%. It is important to note that $9.8 million of the debt is funded from external organization. This includes external organizations such as the Meridian Housing Foundation or developers through the offsite levy model. When this amount is taken out into account, the debt for the town is servicing is still below the internal debt limit. After consideration and approval of the first reading this evening of both debenture bylaws, they will be advertised in the newspaper as per MGA. Second and third readings will be set forth in front of council on September 28th. Once those approvals are complete, the debenture applications will be submitted. I'll now take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Members of council, any questions or comments for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. Anytime we talk dollars and cents and debt, I think sort of the hair on the back of our necks tends to stand up a little bit, and I know it does for our residents as well. I'm going to look at page 98 here, specifically of our agenda package, and I certainly appreciate the inclusion of this slide because I think it provides context to council and the community about what the debt actually is and what's being serviced by the municipality and what is externally funded debt. Don't have it on the screen, but council I think has that in following along at home, page 98 of the agenda package. When we talk about being above the internal debt limit, I know that's something that I fielded a number of questions about from the community, and there are answers to those questions that actually allow us to look at our debt limit sort of in new light. And to me, that's what this slide communicates, that it's not all funded by the tax base, that there are externally funded debts that are serviced in different ways. And so I'm going to look to administration, if you can just provide us just a very brief summary of why we're asked to record it as total debt. And I think that's important so residents understand why we're having that conversation about being above sort of our internal managed debt limit. So why do we record it that way?
Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. The short answer to that one is the town is the one who is pulling the debenture application and holding the debt. And so if a offsite levies didn't come in, the town would still be responsible. If Meridian Housing didn't pay, we would still be responsible. So that is a very concise answer of why.
No, and I certainly appreciate that. But when we remove, and you've indicated what those amounts are, our position does return back under those internal debt limits. The second question that often gets asked, and I probably ask this every time we have this similar conversation about debenture borrowing and so on, but is our ability as a municipality to respond to a very fluid or emergent situation. Heaven forbid, we have a water main break and we have to be responsive to a large infrastructure project as a result. So when we're talking about being above our debt limits and so on, I know I again will often get asked, well, how do we then action something that is emergent in nature? And so through you, Mr. Mayor, to administration, just some quick thoughts, if you wouldn't mind, on the town's position to be responsive to emergent situations that may or may not come up in the future.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. So just for clarity as well, we are not above our MGA debt limit. We are just above the internally set debt limit by council that was approved through policy. And so to answer the question, we do have $12 million debt limit available still. So if something emergent came, we would have $12 million in debt limit available at our fingertips. Additionally, we could ask for a debt extension from the province, as they would take into consideration any externally funded debt. However, we also do have reserves. We also have grants that we could reallocate. We also could halt projects that are tax funded to reallocate to an emergent situation. So that would be our lower priority. Highest priority would be debt or reserves, and then filter down and go from there.
Perfect. No, I appreciate that. I don't actually recall which of my colleagues uses this analogy, but it always stands out for me that, we sort of have a green light in terms of spending, if you will, up to our internally sort of designated limit, but once we hit there, there's a strong yellow that comes on that says we need to be, we always need to be careful when it comes to borrowing, but we have to be very responsible with our finances going forward, and when we reach that upper limit, obviously that's red, and we don't have the ability to move. But knowing that we're in a good place, knowing that we have several avenues of funding sources should we need it, knowing that the infrastructure projects that have been designated over the last couple of years are helping drive our community forward and are creating new economic opportunity, which actually helps support that tax base in terms of bringing revenue in. And so we're in a good place. So thank you for the presentation.
Your worship, if I may, just a couple brief comments along this line. I do want to acknowledge the dialogue around here, and as the manager of finance has indicated, the ability to respond to any specific emergency or even an ongoing challenge is, as the manager indicated, is related to your overall fiscal health, which includes reserves, which includes cash flows and so on. A number of different factors, debt availability being one of, for sure. The part I wanted to note, just at a bit of a broad comment, Your Worship, as these are presented, as Council has asked a couple questions about already, these are development funded borrowings, and there has been, I don't know a percentage, I couldn't give you a percentage, but an increase across our comparative communities, i.e., mid-sized communities, 15,000 upwards to 85,000, 65,000, in reliance of development-funded borrowing, which has become more of a dialogue, more of a questions, and I've seen more information on that probably in the last 3 or 4 years than I would say I had seen previous 4 or 5 years. It's becoming more of a dialogue. And the challenge there, Your Worship, and I believe we have some time set aside in a couple weeks, mid-September, to spend some time at the Mid-Cities conference, and I would encourage council to have that dialogue with some of your counterparts from the other mid-sized cities, because ultimately what that does indicate is that the capital requirement of growth has been shifted to the debt of local government, more so than it has in the past. And, you know, that's a, I don't know if that's a direct policy shift by anybody or just a reaction to market conditions and growth pressures that are seen more acutely in mid-sized cities versus some of our other local government sized or local governments. So I just, I jumped in and just paused to put that perspective into council's consideration going forward. It has been a bit of a shift. I have seen more of those numbers being analyzed and presented, and I would expect to see more of that dialogue and those numbers taken to the provincial government as part of, you know, how do we maybe solve this? How do we change this? Is it good? Is it bad? But it is a shift that we are seeing. Appreciate the opportunity, Your Worship, to take a bit of time there.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, any more questions, comments for clarity and understanding? Go ahead, Councilor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to administration, I just turn to page 89 of 153, the last paragraph there that speaks about the annual principal payments and interests of the debenture will be funded by the collection of the developer offsite levy water. If the collected levies are insufficient, the town will be required to front end the payments. Okay, so I understand that. We take out the debenture, development occurs, we collect the offsite levies, we pay the debenture fees from that. And then it says, if collected levies are insufficient, town will be required to front end the payments. Okay, I get that. It says these payments and interest will add to the front-ending deficit for the road levy within the town's accumulated surplus. So just help me to understand, if we are on the, if we don't collect the offsite levies and we are have to make these payments, would that result in us? Would that result in us having to raise taxes to cover that?
Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Meyer and all of council. So cash flow wise, we may have the cash in investments or other means. We have balances and reserves, so we have cash, physical cash in the bank. So that may not be the mechanism. And just to kind of expand a bit on this section and what you quoted previously, the levy model is charged all of that interest and all of the information. So the speed of development is the speed that the payments come in from developers. And so if it was in a deficit position, the offsite levy, the offsite level, it's essentially like a reserve, or you could parallel it to like a reserve. And so if it is in a negative balance, the model takes that into consideration and may consider future increases to the offsite levy rates in the future if that's necessary, or shifting other projects in the offsite levy model to different use.
All right, Councilor Meyer.
Yep, that's good.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Anderson.
Just to follow up on Councillor Meyer's line of questioning there, what is the balance in our offsite levy account right now? Are we already running at a deficit, or do we have a balance there that we're able to draw on? Where does that offsite levy balance sit?
Okay.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. So as of the balances right now, as of June, was about 2.6 million over all of the levies, and so they are all positive currently. And so, however, did not have enough funds to fund these projects specifically. Hence, they will be utilize debenture and charge. So we do we've collected approximately $650,000 over the last 5 years, and in 2025, $172,000 in the levies.
Thank you. Any questions? I see in the bylaws it says that the interest rate is not to exceed 8%. Do we know what the government of Alberta's loan rate is right now, or is there any other opportunities for us to explore outside of the government of Alberta's rates?
Thank you. Through your worship to you and all of council. The current loans to local authorities 20-year rate as of July 30th is 4.44%, so we're quite a bit lower than that. And we have been exploring, because we just had a few debenture bylaws come in front of you in June, and so we explored multiple financial institutions. They were higher in both cases than the local loans for local authorities.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And so my question then to follow up on that is, if we know that currently the GOA finance rate is 4.45, then why are we building in 8% in our bylaw?
Thank you, through your worship. That can be reduced in the bylaw. I will take that into consideration for our second and third reading.
Okay, thank you. And then if that gets reduced, does that affect our overall debt strategy and cash flow management in the future?
Thank you, through your worship. So no impact on the cash flow or anything based on just changing that 8% in the bylaw. That's just up to, it's kind of just a high-level threshold that can be revisited and moved down. Interest rates do fluctuate month to month. For these debenture bylaws, for example, we will be doing, by the time second and third readings and the advertisements are, we will be applying October 15th and receiving the money November 30th. So there's still time where things can happen, which is why we have had a higher buffer in there. However, we have seen a pretty stable. However, it could still change.
Okay, thank you for that. Any more questions for clarity and understanding on first reading? Okay. Seeing none. Deputy Mayor, for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2746/DEB/26, a bylaw to authorize debenture borrowing in the amount of $3,700,000 for the construction of the High Park Fill Line facility.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion for first reading and advertising? Okay. Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Moving on to Councilor Laurie for 8.4, the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2743/DEB/26, a bylaw to authorize debenture borrowing in the amount of $2,400,000 for the construction of the 28th Street intersection.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, any questions, comments, debate on the motion for first reading? See none. I do look forward to both these coming back, and definitely this is part of our corporate plan as we continue to move our community forward one step at a time. And I really like the questions amounts council to make sure that we have a good financial eye on the interests, the debt levels, and everything else amongst council. I think we're all members of council, and we're all members of our community that we pay taxes on. I'm really glad that council has that a keen eye, and also administration, because I think every cent does affect us all. And if we can do everything at the most cost-effective and beneficial to our community, is that what we're looking for as a community? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, looking at 9, let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with business items. Okay. All right, welcome back. Council has come back from recess. Now we're moving on to number 9 of our agenda, business items. So there's one item, and then it's the Parks and Open Spaces Master Plan, and it's for an update. Go ahead, administration, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship, and all the council. Just before our planner gives her presentation, I want to welcome everyone back from a good summer break. This is in continuance of administration presenting some previous plans that have been accepted by previous councils and getting them in front of the current council after the election, just to bring everyone up to speed on what's out there and allow for a dialogue with council on the current status of those plans. Tonight we do have Caitlin McDonald. She's our newest planner to the team. She's not new to council. She has presented in her time as an intern before. This is her first presentation since accepting the permanent planner position here, and we're really excited to have her present tonight. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Caitlin.
Good evening, Council. Tonight, I will be sharing an update on the background and purpose of the Parks and Open Space Master Plan. So this presentation will cover the background and development of the plan, the goals and recommendations, the plan outlines, and how the plan has been progressed to date. So the Parks and Open Space Master Plan was developed in 2015 following community engagement to understand community interests and preferences for parks within the town. This community input, as well as population projections and best practices of the time, were developed into an administrative background report, which then culminated in the final master plan we have today. The purpose of the plan is to guide how the town acquires, develops, and manages town parks and open spaces to meet the needs of our residents. The plan outlines 8 goals for parks and open spaces. These include protecting and enhancing the natural environment, promoting healthy living and wellness, facilitating connectivity and accessibility, and strengthening social connections. Continuing these goals, providing high-quality spaces and experiences, diverse facilities that meet the needs of residents, expanding partnerships in our communication related to parks and outdoor recreation opportunities. These are the guiding principles that administration considers when reviewing new or existing park proposals. As part of the development of the plan, around 60 implementation recommendations were identified to further guide the town's open spaces. The primary themes of these recommendations include parks and open space supply, which guides the criteria for park planning and acquisition. Planning processes for parks, which offers recommendations and best practices such as design considerations for those parks. Amenities and use, which outlines guidelines for specific park uses, such as for dog parks or sports courts. And finally, management and operations, which frames best practices for the sustainable management of the town's parks and open spaces. Administration uses this document and further supporting documents such as the Park Space Guidelines and the Green Space Analysis and Inventory as a toolkit of recommendations and best practices. These recommendations are then considered when administration reviews upcoming and existing parks within the town. As for progress to date, administration presented the Parks and Open Space Master Plan to Council in 2015. In 2023, both the Park Space Guidelines and Green Space Analysis Inventory were developed. These documents further support the implementation of the Parks and Open Space Master Plan by providing an additional level of guidance for our parks, as well as a deeper understanding of our green space inventory. These supporting documents were presented to Council in May of 2023 for information. As of 2026, administration continues to work on passively implementing the Parks and Open Space Master Plan as opportunities and capacity comes up. Thank you. We'll now accept questions.
Thank you for the presentation and update, members of council. I'm pretty sure there's lots of questions for clear understanding on this one. We'll start. Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank Thank you, Your Worship. Not necessarily much in the way of questions for clarity or understanding here. I think it was interesting to refresh myself on this document being 11 years old for the actual plan itself. You know, going through it, there were a lot of things that I can check off and say, okay, I see us doing this, I see us working on this, I see us adhering to these principles and things like that. But, you know, I also see some gaps, and I'm curious, and maybe there is a question in here with administration. You know, how do we move forward some things that were identified in the original plan that don't seem to have necessarily moved as of yet? The one example that stands out the most to me, because I know I have been talking about it for the last few years, it's on page 22 of the actual plan. I'm sorry, I pulled up the plan, I didn't pull it up in the meeting agenda, but it talks about Centennial Park, and Centennial Park being around the Glen Hall Arena, dealing with the track, the ball diamonds, and all of those kind of things. Earlier in the report, it talks about ensuring that we maintain and replace aging infrastructure to allow for continued use and enjoyment. It talks about collaboration with community groups, private industry, and so on and so forth. So when I go through Centennial Park and item 11 in that list, and I look at everything that's there, I mean, these are things that absolutely have either needed attention for a long time or have been talked about for a long time. We have organizations such as Minor Ball, Minor Football, who I've had conversations with and are happy to be willing partners, including capital contributions and so on and so forth. And so I'm just kind of wondering, like, how do we actually take something like this and move it forward? We've talked about it at strat planning at times. It does appear in strat planning. We touch on it here and there, but it doesn't really seem to actually get any momentum. So maybe if administration can kind of provide a bit of context, and we can use this specific example as one, where we're 11 years from it being identified. We have partners, we have opportunity, but we haven't done anything in 11 years. How do we make that change?
Okay. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie and all the council. Thank you for the question. I'll attempt to answer it a couple ways. So, as our staff mentioned earlier, this is something that this plan specifically has a number of opportunities that we action when time, resources, and availability all kind of coincide together. So, talking specifically to the plan, there's a number, as you pointed out, it's an older plan. It's got a number of good ideas in there. One thing to keep in mind is that with these plans that are of this age, the circumstances of which they were brought in can change, and different opportunities can come in. So we did do as was mentioned in the presentation, there were a couple of extra reviews that we did in 2023 to help strengthen related to the parks planning side. The inventory document, as well as some additional parks planning documents, which are available on the website. We didn't include them in the package here, but they are available on the website. So we do use those, and again, it's going to be a bit of a longer answer, Councillor, if you'll afford me just a couple more minutes here, to help do a couple things. There's the future park spaces that we plan for, that those documents will generally help us guide with this one in mind. There's also elements in this plan that help us with discussions with council at Strat, as you mentioned, help us inform either capital renewals within our corporate plan or potentially new initiatives that may be evaluated during the corporate plan process. So the how they get in here is through the corporate plan and through that process. Again, it goes back to these other opportunities and changes that may have occurred over time since these came into being that we have to evaluate all together.
Excellent, thank you, I appreciate that. So if I may, Your Worship, I want to build on that a little bit further. So you mentioned kind of the buzzword, the keyword there that I was looking for in respect to the corporate plan. We have corporate planning coming up here in November. So when I look and I go through this plan and I see a targeted initiative of this age, I see something we've talked about, I've had conversations with local groups who have some cash sitting on the table and want to participate, want to help out, and so on and so forth. When we get to corporate planning, council sees a plan that, while is guided by council feedback, doesn't include a lot of extras, I'll call it, which makes it a little bit difficult sitting at this seat to try and put something on the table to be considered as an inclusion in the corporate plan. So being that we are 2.5 months or so from corporate planning, if I'm doing a quick math right, maybe 2 months is closer to, what would a councillor need to do between now and that point in time? If there was an initiative that we feel may or may not appear in the corporate plan, but that we wanted more information around to be able to build up enough of a presentation or enough of a, I guess, RFD or something like that, that a councillor could then put on the table during the corporate planning discussions.
Thank you, Worship. Through to Councillor Laurie, I'll speak to this. So a couple of, perspectives, comments. Part of the rationale for bringing these in, again, as the general manager indicated, was to, provide a bit of a perspective, or, refresh, fresh set of eyes, whatever you want to call it. Again, for some of the councillors that have been around for a few terms now, this is essentially a new thing. We haven't done this particular process in the past, and part of it is to again gain some dialogues going forward. Secondly, just comment on, I think Centennial Park itself, pops up about 3 or 4 different areas in this particular plan. Speaking to consider this type of amenity, consider that type of amenity, down the road into the future. And then, a little bit further down that dialogue, I don't remember the exact wording, but the strat plan itself includes, some specifics indicating, I think it references Old Town South as opposed to Centennial Park, quote unquote. Old Town South recreation, green space development, as well as another area in the community, but we'll go back to the Old Town South area / Centennial Park, as it's noted in this particular report. So all of that feeds into the guidance that we would take into preparing the corporate plan. And I know that there are some of these items are being considered and will be brought forward in the corporate plan this year for council discussion. So we're looking forward to bringing those into the chambers for dialogue. Specific question as to, how does a council member perhaps get something into the dialogue at corporate plan? Well, the simplest answer would be, by motion of council. That'd be the simplest answer, or the most straightforward one at this point. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
Excellent, thank you. And just the final follow-up on that, Your Worship? Go ahead. Thank you. Appreciate that, Town Manager. And again, from a process perspective, we talk about a lot. We provide a lot of feedback as council that we receive from the community. We understand that there are just a myriad of priorities that administration is then tasked with balancing and trying to put into a corporate plan that makes sense, that provides fairness and equality and equity and so on and so forth. But you use 2 very specific terms. And this is, I think, where as council I'm starting to feel a little bit challenged, because you talk about administration and the items that are being brought forward that are considered, and then the items that are brought forward to council. And when we see our corporate plan, all we tend to see, or all we do see, are the items that are being recommended to council to approve. We don't see the items that administration has considered but not chosen to bring forward in the plan. And to me, those items are very important, because those items are items that are being considered based on the feedback received from council, based on information being received from the community, and so on and so forth. But it puts us as council sometimes in a bit of a challenging position, because as I'm seeking information through that corporate plan about, let's say, Centennial Park in this specific instance, and I don't see it in the corporate plan, I then lose the understanding as to whether it was or wasn't contemplated, what was contemplated, what was potentially a dollar figure that was associated and tied to that. And so I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity for us to consider looking at a change in the process as to how we see our corporate plan, where council does get an opportunity to see initiatives and considerations that were talked about and amongst administration in the development of the corporate plan, but did not make it into the recommended plan to provide council with more context as to the entirety of the body of work that's being done based on our asks and our recommendations.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can speak to that in a, I don't know if I'll say general manner, but a manner of such. So, a couple things there that I just want to make sure we're relatively clear on. The projects that are proposed and recommended, I guess would be the word to council, to be clear, those are projects that, simply put, they're not ideas. They're projects that can be delivered either in that year or potentially even from year 3 or 4 into year 1 or 2, depending. So I think we need to be clear here. Are we talking about deliverable projects? Or are we thinking about ideas? Because there's a lot of ideas that simply are not projects until they are fully vetted, fully brought forward, fully considered amongst not just the individual project itself, but its integration or alignment with other projects, capacity, so on and so on and so forth. I think to be clear, one more time, in my tenure of the strat plan, or the corporate plan process as it exists, which it has existed since, if I had to guess, 2014, 15, perhaps, maybe even 13. I can, on top of mind, I can think of maybe 3 or 4 projects that were proposed in the process that didn't make it in front of council. So I'm not going to attempt to put a percentage on that, but it'd be very low. I think it provides some clarity here that anything that is developed further enough to be a project, although it may not exist in the proposed year, the general notion of year 1, formal approval, year 2 and 3 and beyond is approval in principle, so to speak. The amount of projects proposed into the process is almost always equal to the amount that show up in the corporate plan. They just might be in year 3. Capital project might show up in year 4 or 5 in the capital plan, funded, unfunded, so on and so forth. There's some reality there. But I think I want to be clear that the ones that are vetted into the process, ones that are, I would, again, go back to the original definition of a viable or doable project, so to speak, deliverable might be the better term, do end up in front of council. This notion that seems to linger that some don't, I don't know that it's accurate.
Thank you. Appreciate the response, and I think I'll just close with saying I think, again, in order to get to the vetted, complete, and having the capacity and so on and so forth takes a lot of work. I completely respect that and do believe that, what is being put forward is at that point. I think more so where I'm looking at is opportunities to take things that maybe are more so ideas or thoughts or directions and start getting them to that point. Start understanding some things that, where we're looking at priority lines, and I hear capacity a lot. And again, capacity is something that I think we as council need to consider more and more often. We have a lot of thoughts, we have a lot of ideas, we have a lot of wants, we have a lot of needs, and only so many can go forward because of the capacity to turn them into properly laid out projects and plans where funding is determined and so on and so forth. And so I think, it would behoove us to understand what ideas and thoughts and things are being talked about, but are not able to be moved forward to that process because we don't have the capacity. So again, appreciate the responses, appreciate that understanding from both the general manager and from the CAO. Give some good context as we move forward and how we maybe need to look at the way we look at our corporate plan and look at the way we look at our strategic plan in order to understand a little bit better how that moves through the process and how we can start to move things maybe a little bit quicker. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for clear understanding, comments from members of council?
Comments?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Since you said comments, I'm going to make comments. I'm going to borrow some phrases here. I like this report. Seems like I've seen it before, so I mean, that would explain why. But things I've seen are sort of, well, let me just start. We see these goals, 8 goals, and one of them, I see this gap. It says number 4, social connection and number 3, connectivity and accessibility. So I think back to this past winter when I was driving to work over the overpass there, and I was concerned. I almost hit a gentleman using the overpass to get from one part of town to the other. And I think to myself, next to that overpass, the only other place that somebody would be able to get into, the industrial area there would be up at the Safeway intersection. So I see a gap there. Another one I see here is we have goal number 8, communication. Improve and expand communication services related to parks and outdoor recreation. Actually, I was speaking to a gentleman this past Thursday who I was discussing with him the much talked about e-scooters and sort of the issues that those have been causing as of late. And the gentleman's point was actually that a lot of that could be solved with education. And so I look through this and I don't see anything that speaks to maybe an education thing that we could maybe address some of those e-scooters and etiquette on pathways. So I just wanted to make that mention. Yeah, I'll just end there. That's it.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Meyer. Any other questions for clarity, understanding, and comments? Okay, Councillor Niebergo, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to administration, specifically to Caitlin. Well done. Thank you for being here and for presenting to us. Appreciate that. And I welcome the dialogue that is happening here amongst us, given that this document is a little bit aged. And I too look forward to maybe having some conversations, having opportunities to have conversations, because I as well, looking at some of the things in terms of like joint use, Glen Hall Arena and the track specifically, there are definitely some needs in our community. And so I'll just echo some of my colleagues here that I think there are conversations to be had. And so I look forward to having opportunities to engage in those conversations.
Thank you, Councillor Niebergo. Any other questions, comments, clarity? Councillor Anderson? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. As my colleagues have reiterated time and time again, this is an important one for us. I think as a council, it's been a priority. It's made it into our strategic plan. And the reason for that is because it's important to our community. And so having this in front of us, I think, is awesome. I want to pick up on just sort of some of the dialogue I've heard around the table and something specific from the presentation and the package that's been provided to us. But I think it was page 109, page 141. There's a couple of indications here about a separate document, a background report, so to speak, that includes, based on what I read, if I'm on page 141, type of work, phasing, costs, and so on. When we sort of look through the plan and I listen to my colleagues, that implementation plan seems to be a pretty critical piece of information for council to be able to set our eyes on. And so I'm going to look through you, Mr. Mayor, to administration. Is that sort of document, that background report, if you will, that has been indicated to include some of the phasing of these priorities and so on, something that council will be able to review or have a presentation on?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, all of council. I'll provide some context to your question, and maybe I'll invite Caitlin to talk a little further on this. So again, this document being the age that it is, references a few things that have evolved over time. Administration does have a number of lists and implementation plans that we track to help support corporate plan recommendations and to also track progress. This is not unlike what we do with plans like the, and pardon me, just catching myself flat-footed here, not unlike what we do with the our environmental master plan, for example, that we do some deliberate tracking and see how things are moving along. That particular one that I just referenced has a specific touch point with council yearly. Ones like this one and some other ones that we may have a more passive list that we will keep up and see how progress is being made, generally within the frame of last couple of years or so of what we've been doing. And what's been recommended, or perhaps we've been able to take care of it ourselves in the sense that without a formal recommendation to council, we were able to find some capacity and maybe get some policies completed, some more administrative work done. That's not something we typically provide publicly in the general sense. We do have we weave this information through other means like communication to council through presentations, through the additional plans that I referenced earlier, through the green space plan as well as the inventory list. But we typically don't put out those plans just because they're very raw and fluid generally.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to follow this up because we have, for example, our urban agriculture plan and came through council, sort of this broad plan, the direction we want to go, but we also were provided a sense of time, a short-term, a medium-term, and a longer-term indication as to when some of those policies or initiatives would be able to be actioned. And so I do think we have, I wouldn't say a history of every plan that includes this, but I do think that we sort of have a precedent here where we've taken some of our policies and we put them into a longer term framework that allows council to understand what's being actioned today, what's going to be actioned tomorrow, and what's going to be actioned, a year from now, so to speak. And there's some specific ones in here that, really stand out for me. I'm going to go back and find my page here. I think it was 127. And there's some specific items here that I would love to know more on. And we have a colleague that talks about, performance measures and benchmarks and so on. That how do we know that we're doing the job that we hope that we're doing? And, on page 127, this is recommendations. Number 2, just as an example, strive for a community park within 800 meters and neighborhood parks within 400 meters of each resident. Well, I would love to know how close we are to meeting that recommendation here that's been accepted by a number of different councils over a number of different terms. The next one, establish new community parks of at least 4 hectares in the south and east. I think on our list of community parks by definition, I believe there's 3, Heritage Park, Rotary Park, both in the northwest, golf course centralized, but we have the recommendation here for the south and east portions of the community. And I would love to know if we have land allocated for these community parks, which I think takes some very intentional planning. We're talking about a large, section of land that, we may not be able to allocate an action and program for and outfit all within a year, but we have the intention of moving towards accomplishing those pieces. The very next one, and I alluded to this a little bit, but in previous conversations this evening, number 4, land, in this case, stormwater ponds. I talked about slivers that are convenient, but not being a part of the 10% MR. I would love to know what industry's response has been to that and how developers are responding and what advocacy role can we play when these conversations are happening within our community. And so, I guess I'm hearing or reading that this document exists that outlines the status of many of these initiatives, but I'm also hearing we don't want to make it public necessarily, fine, but is there an opportunity for council to be read into where we're at with this. And again, this isn't, you know, a plan coming to us that's a standalone that all of a sudden we're just reviewing. Like, this is something that our team at this table has very intentionally and thoughtfully put into our strategic plan, and would agree with my colleagues that it does warrant some intention, because I think it's easy for us to get caught up in the business of the municipality and everything else that needs to happen. And I'm not saying this needs to happen tomorrow, but if we have that indication that, you know, we have municipal land here, this is going to be dedicated, or we expect this to be dedicated as a municipal park, we've got, you know, 90% of residents live within 800 meters of a neighborhood park and so on. You know, we've seen that with our pavement quality index. We know exactly how many meters of pavement meet a particular standard. I'm just asking, in something that has been identified by council, to have a little bit more information as well. And so I will sort of put that back. It looks like our general manager has something to share.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the Councillor Henderson and all of council. Pardon my slippage of my fingers there, indicating I wanted to respond. So a couple of, you bring up a number of really interesting points that I wanted to key in on if I can be permitted some time. So as I allude to, there's this document, this particular plan has been built upon over many years. And so the implementation plan as it's referenced here is not necessarily the same as what how much we built off of each other over time. And this goes to what I was saying earlier, when things change with plans of this age, you know, there can be circumstances, opportunities, and times that we've enacted things. And what I wanted to key in on is that I think a number of, I'm on page 127 that was referenced earlier by Councillor Anderson. Some of this information may have already been reported to council in different ways over the years, particularly those other two documents I was referencing. For example, we do have a document that references, with our green space analysis, distances from parks. I don't necessarily want to itemize all these different things right now, just for time. But I think some of this has already been made public and just in different ways over the years. So what I might suggest is I can have a dialogue with our CAO about this list in front of us on page 127 and see if there's just maybe an easier way for me to collapse that information together and maybe send it out to council if that would be preferred, if that would be a good starting point. Because I can appreciate that over time we've evolved as an organization, as a community, and some things have happened, and maybe some things just haven't happened as fast as we'd like. Maybe we just want a clean slate start on that. And that's something that I can take back with Caitlin here, and we can see how we can maybe communicate that out to council in a purposeful way, given the dialogue that we're having about activating green spaces, which is something that I know Tom talks a lot about, and we at SLT have been talking a lot about how to look at that particular goal that council has set forth. So it's timely. It's something that I think we can do. I don't know if we could. I think there's a solution here that we could send out to council that maybe can give some context to that.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate that. Any sort of, you know, additional information, I think that can lend some context here, I think is really, really important. Certainly, you know, council being aware of where we're at with some of these things, I think helps with our advocacy work within the community, but also back to administration as well. You know, if there are items on here that, you know, we see as particularly important for our community. You know, I don't recall the size of the land in the South Business Park. I know we had 2 parcels, I think, somewhere in the 3 to 4 hectare neighborhood. But are we considering that in this particular case as a community park of 4 hectares in more of the east part of the community, right? And I think, you know, we all recognize that our time on council at some point comes to an end, whether it's the end of this term, the next term, or otherwise. And one of the challenges that I see looking forward, and one of the considerations for even running for a second term, was there were pieces like this that I felt like we, as a team collectively, with administration's support, have been able to get into our strategic plan, things like activating our green spaces, you know, our active transportation networks and so on. But, you know, if in the next election the community decides that they want a wholesale change at the council table, that's fine. And maybe the reason is, Councillor Anderson talked too much about parks and green spaces, that's fine. But how do we not lose the momentum on some of these things that the community has indicated are so important to the residents that call this place home, right? We heard that even tonight in the zoning, that importance of green space. Right? Maybe it's not the mechanism that works in terms of the residential development and so on, but it is a message that we continue to hear. And I would just be disappointed, discouraged, I don't know, in my time on council if we're not able to leave our community in a better place as they continue to move forward. The recreation center is a perfect example of this. It took iterations of council to see that move forward, but we had documented evidence, we had plans, we had designs, we had all of these pieces that were in place that allowed successive councils to take the next step. When I look at this particular report and some of these things, they're great. We see some of them being actioned. I love, one of the things I had for council discussion was our active transportation network. And I looked for the next 3 years where we're going to continue to build out our trail system and so on. And they happen to be ones that I came across this summer or residents communicated to me were priorities as well. And so I love that this is being actioned. I love that administration is taking what council has offered and is actioning those things. We heard that there are things that we may not even be aware of are being actioned. I think what I've heard around this table is we just want to know what that is, and then how do we help guide those next steps forward. And tonight with a small park space in South Creek, having that designated and knowing that we have this park space that's going to put all of those residents within 400 meters of a neighborhood or, linear park, whatever the different categories are. And so, really appreciate the conversation. I really appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the offer of bringing some form of information back to council that will help us evaluate our progress on some of these things. I think that's awesome, and I'm very, very grateful for that. And I think it's something that the community is going to be excited for as well. With all that being said, probably way too many words, but I have one final question, and so I'm going to switch gears a little bit. It was alluded to in the presentation, this idea of a park space guidelines document. The manager of planning, when he was in this evening, talked about conversations with the developer about South Creek specifically in that plot of land. I didn't actually really know about this guideline document. I saw it listed here, so went and was able to pull it up. Just to administration, a little bit of context, if you wouldn't mind, or clarity. How do we use that document? At what stage in sort of the development process? And how do we ensure that the land that's being allocated by our developers meets that need of these parks in our neighborhoods?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, thank you for the question. How these documents are used administratively going through the land development process typically starts at the area structure plan level. And so these documents are shared with the developer when they're considering their designs. So we make sure we're forthright with them about our expectations and standards for park spaces. They review that, and then they come to the table and we discuss with them their options. This is then further kind of supported through the subdivision process, through the phases, where when we complete our administrative review, we make sure to review whether or not those park spaces are hitting the recommendations or the guidelines outlined in this document.
Perfect, and I appreciate that, and I know that a park, isn't just a park that, we allocate green space, we have to maintain it, we have to care for it. Sometimes enforcement services are needed to take care of that, and so I know there's a larger picture here than just the allocation of the green space. But, again, just reiterating, we hear around the table here and have for a number of years that it is a collective area of importance, not just for council and the community, and I look forward to to the next few months, going into corporate planning and then into January strategic planning. And hopefully, at minimum, being able to flush some of this out and beginning to identify specific areas of the community, not necessarily a plot, a titled piece of land, but where a 4-hectare community park might be a good fit in the south and the east and so on, so that we move forward with intention. So thanks for bearing with me this evening.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Pletchko, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I don't want to touch on everything that's been touched, but I'm going to touch on a few things that I think are key to what we're doing. As I read this report, this is an older report. And I keep thinking about all the reports that we see from time to time that leaves the same questions at council table. Is there not a way that when we're seeing old reports and we've done things along the way that you can reference to where we can find that information? And the reason I say that, it's pretty easy for administration to know where all that is. That's your job on a daily basis. Councilors here do a multitude of things. So sometimes they're not able to find that document, and we rely on each other sometimes to find that document. But if there was a way to tell us where, the park with 800 meters and neighborhood park within 400 meters, where we've done some of that relates to it, doesn't only help us, but it will help our community to understand what we have done. When I read this report and I went, what have we done? Where are we at? Where are we going? So I think for me, when I see something like this quite often, rather than having to come and ask 10 questions, if we had some references that would allude to what has been done, or we had some comments of where that is in the process, it would eliminate a lot of that uncertainty of whether it's being done or not done. So is there an easy way to do this without causing an overabundance of work, or is that just something that we as councillors can expect to have to find?
Your Worship, I'll maybe speak to that. And again, absolutely appreciate the question posed and the perspective there. And I'll be frank here, because when I read these, some of them, not like I read them every other day. I'll have some of the same questions. I'll run through the list, 50 or 60 of these things. Oh, yeah, did that. I see there's one in there about a trail to Spruce Grove, There's some that I'll look at and be like, oh, yeah, that one, what happened with that? So I think that's a fair perspective. Here's what, just to add to that, though. The intent of bringing all of these plans to council in the first year were simply to put them in front of you, let you see them. Some of them are old, some of them are new, some are been well documented, so to speak, some maybe not so well documented. What you're asking about is something that would be much more typical if we were going to go and redo, like a redo of this master plan. Then I would expect, we would have, the staff would have this is what we did here, this is where that's at, this is what's going on, here's the process to redo the plan. I'm not sure that's honestly the answer that council may be wanting to hear, but that's where we're at with these ones at this point in time. I think it's important too, what I have noticed, and I'll say my own perspective going through, the number of these. I think we still have the trail master plan to come. You'll recall, I think a few meetings ago, General Manager of Strategic Services talking about tourism plan, cultural plan being combined, put into one, a little more focused, so on. That's one thing looking back at these plans, thinking some of these probably could have been tied closer together or just have been one general plan. Active transportation, trails, open space master plan, there's some logic there. The other thing too that I'll just put into the conversation and that I think is interesting, just back to something Councillor Anderson kind of mentioned, I think at the beginning of your time with the microphone there. You've probably even noticed a different way in which these are presented, the recommendations or what have you. The newer plans that we do, regardless of which one, typically will have that sort of simple, immediate, midterm, long-term, and there'll be maybe a definition for what that means. Whereas some of these older ones just simply have, here's a list of 60 things. There might be another document somewhere else that says, what those timings are and so on and so forth. might be a long answer to a rather short question. But what I wanted to point out was, again, the initial idea here was simply to bring these into the chamber so that, whether or not, they had been seen 4 years ago, 5 years ago, there's a bit of a refresh there, or just a reminder. It has, in my own opinion too, outlined the linkage between some of the existing plans or demonstrated how Plan A might impact Plan B, or a change in Plan C will make a bit of a difference too to how these things are implemented. So I'm going to stop there. Not sure if I directly answered the question, but just some perspective as to how we view these, and maybe to a degree how we view the process of having brought them to council.
If I could. Greatly appreciate the perspective that you just put in front of us. However, from my own perspective, when I read this, again, if something's been done, why are we still got it in a plan? Why hasn't that been why hasn't it updated? You say you bring it in front of council for the first term. That's great. But if it's already been done, what does that councillor need to know that it needs to be done or not done? You have a new plan that's in front of you. So, while I appreciate your perspective, for me, a plan that's as old as this one is, and there's new things tied to it, should really reflect that. So that when anybody wants to read this plan, they know where the town sits, and we're not still functioning on old technology and old knowledge. Just as my perspective. So, thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Moving to Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I might have a couple questions, depending on how the answers go. Looking at page 142 in our agenda package, we have a really pretty map that Councillor Anderson has referenced a couple times when it talks about the parks and where they're located. And I'm looking at specifically the destination park coloring, the pretty purple. My understanding then, a destination park would mean that the town is maintaining it, cutting grass, things like that, correct?
Administration.
Pardon me. through your worship, to Councillor Loynes and all the council. In a matter of speaking, yes, it would indicate that it's a park of interest for us to for maybe those that aren't part of the community to come and visit and see within the town. For example, one of them that's noted here is the golf course, so we would use that as an attraction of sorts. Same thing with Rotary Park and Heritage Park. Those are often advertised and given a lot more of a spotlight within the community to come visit.
Perfect, because when you go south and you see the Willow Park natural area, my question would be, why is it colored purple and not colored the shady green color called natural areas? Example, over by Adam Creek in Greybrier, where we don't maintain the grass because it is a natural area.
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes and all of council, I guess I'll offer a perspective on that question, because you're right. There's elements of different categories in this map's legend that overlap within the purple or different parts of it. You can have multiple parts. It doesn't have to be just one thing. This is what I'm trying to say. That for it to be an attraction park, it can have many different elements within it. What this plan's highlighting is this particular park is something that we would highlight externally in different ways. Whether it's attracting new residents, maybe that's what for the Willow Park area. As you mentioned, it's a naturalized area. There's for what it is. We've got the golf course highlighted as well as that's an amenity that the town has. Not every community does. Same thing with our Centennial Park as well as Heritage Park. Not many communities, even in the region, have something like the Heritage Park. They all, they're eye-catching colors for that reason, to attract you to those locations. And they also can delineate other categories within the plan as well. I don't know if I've made any sense with that. I'm certainly trying my best, but let me know if that answers your question.
So then, Your Worship, this one you might cut me off on, and that's okay. A couple years ago, we had a fire in the Willow Park naturalization area due to long grass, dry season, numerous reasons. So when a resident phones us or emails or in some way communicates a complaint regarding naturalized areas not being maintained, how is it we're able to justify to them, well, it's a beautification part that we're highlighting for you to go visit, but we're not maintaining it?
Through your worship to Councillor Loyens and all the council. So if you don't mind me repeating the question back, so it's, you're asking, given there was a historical issue with one of the areas due to the concern with maintenance, how do we communicate with residents about what we do in those areas to make sure that they are safe and usable for all those that go out? Is that about right? Yeah. So appreciate the question. So there are, I guess, one place where I would start talking about is like each area has its own maintenance needs and community, like individual feel within the area. However, I don't necessarily want to make this a cut versus naturalized area comparison. But if I take it back to, this plan being in front of us and where we were then and where we are now, this allowed, if you go back to 2015 when this plan was initially brought together, and we were maybe at the earliest, and I wasn't here this would have been several iterations of myself ago, but there was probably there was a deliberate attempt to make sure that we started documenting where all these different areas are and what they mean to the town at the time. And over time, and as I was alluding to earlier, we build different plans and practices based off of this information as a foundation, and we build out different things. Those can be service levels. So for naturalized areas, we have different practices, cutting for one or maintenance, versus parks like in Centennial Park, where we will cut the grass at a very specific schedule. That will happen at a very specific time based off weather. And by inventorying this, identifying it, and then working with our staff on how we're going to make these the best we can move forward with that. One example that's not necessarily in here that I know I've talked to council a couple times is the amount of flower boxes that we have in those community flower boxes. That's actually something that, because we did a process similar to this, I don't believe it was in this one, we identified we had too many of them, so we actually had to pull back on them. So we work with, that's something that goes into with dialogue with our developers. We don't want to build more of those. And there's ones that we will maintain yearly, and there's ones that will be maintained at a very different cycle. But that's part of what this type of information lets us do. And sometimes it allows us to enhance services or pull services back. But paramount is always community safety and feel for whatever it is. So if there's, I'll maybe end it like this. If there's anyone that has a concern with our practices in those areas, you can certainly refer them to myself or anyone else in administration. We would certainly talk them through about their individual concerns, because they do come up from time to time.
Thank you. And last question then, do we have a way outside of this document to communicate to residents very clearly what is a naturalized area that is, I don't want to say not maintained, a naturalization area that is less maintained? What comes to mind was driving through Leduc, right? Along their main road there, they have signs that say this is a naturalization area, we don't cut it. So when I look at the shady green color, do we have a way of indicating that to residents so they realize it's not that it's a park that's been neglected or green space that's been neglected, it is meant to do that?
Through your worship to Councillor Loyens and all the council, I was just in Leduc recently, and I actually know the signs you're talking about. That's I was talking with one of my colleagues about some signage within the Willow Park area that we were just in the early stages of that. I believe we do have some signage in the park now that, although it's not as clear, like maybe not as bold as those ones, but it does indicate this is a natural area. Now, I can appreciate that, again, those signs are older, and what naturalization may mean to one person, myself, it could mean something very different to those that live there or are just starting to move there. I'm the first person to say we can always try and do better at explaining that, and we certainly do when people call and they want, maybe they move there and they don't understand it. And I would say when we are talking to them, most people are appreciative of the extra information. It's something that we can take under advisement to see what we can do. I wouldn't say we're going to go put absolutely a bunch of those Leduc signs out right away, but it's certainly, we always look for places where we can improve that communication to residents about what is intended for the area. And I would say over the years that I've been working with council on, as I've gone through here, I've personally, when I've been out walking, have talked to people. I've also had calls come to me about what is acceptable and what we will or won't do. And our staff, when we see something, they do see where they can support the residents' needs when it makes the most sense.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for clarity, understanding, and comments? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for the presentation. Definitely, you can tell by the questions and comments from members of council, we're definitely passionate about our community. And it is evident every time a master plan is brought back to review, regardless if it's transit or transportation or quality management or service levels. It gives council the process or the time to hyper-focus on something. And I think that's what you just heard from members of council. We're hyper-focusing on this. But administration also mentioned, we also have an entire community to run and do, and priorities in terms of capacity and dollars and cents. And that's why we have a corporate plan. Right? So this is an excellent opportunity for us to hyper-focus on definitely parks and open spaces. And as if I recall, I think enhancing outdoor spaces was number 4 on the town council's priority list when we did our strat planning in January. So the fruit of this is in December, November, when we're looking at our corporate plan, do we see those highlights in the corporate plan? Right? Administration does the work of council. So we have priorities that we need to do, and they have to budget that in terms of dollars and capacity. It's always good for us to hyper-focus, and I enjoy this, because when we talk about transportation and connections, I hyper-focus, and housing, I tend to hyper-focus. We all have those areas where we hyper-focus. So from the questions that you get from members of council, it's not a negative on administration, it's actually a positive, that we have the ability to hyper-focus. And I think that's what the general manager has mentioned, and also our town manager, is it brings it back to a council so that we can have that hyper look at it right now and see what we're doing. And we also know, gone through sitting at this table quite a few years, and Councillor Nieberger, this is your first time, it takes 2 or 3 years to do a master plan. So to do a master plan every 5 years, it's not rational, right? That's why master plans usually stay for 15, 20 years. We try to achieve as much as we can up there, trying to update a little bit, and then when the 15-year mark comes up, then we do a new master plan. And that's what we're doing right now with the municipal development plan. So I do appreciate all the stuff that's happening. This kind of leads to what we had the conversation about earlier in terms of South Creek Stage 5A and 5B. There was mention that there is a park that's set aside. And I think it kind of meets some of the priorities that we've had in this document. And I think both Councillor Anderson and Councillor Meyer asked the question, how do we make sure that it's maintained in the next phase when it comes through? Because I know it's not part of the approval process, what they're asking for this stage. How do we ensure that it stays on for the next phase that comes through? Because we don't want to lose that. So is there wording in here and stuff that we're looking at that can ensure that what we talked about in the earlier first reading that carries forward for our Parks Master Plan and Open Spaces Master Plan?
Through your worship to all the council, just if you'll permit me, just so I understand the question. So you're asking about how the Parks and Open Space Master Plan would permit administration to have a dialogue with the developer on that park space that was identified in the council discussion during the South Creek item. Is that what you're?
That is correct.
Okay.
One of the questions was, how do we ensure that that park space stays
So as manager planning indicated, there's a couple parts to that, including having a dialogue with the developer as well. There's things that council can action. I think I can give assurance that we've heard council on that desire pretty clearly. That's something that we would take back and talk as administration with the developer ahead of the second and third reading, which I think is what the manager planning was indicating at the end there. I would probably offer to leave it there. That's something that him and I will be dialoguing on ahead of the next time that item comes back to council.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. And I just have a question in terms of the destination parks that are there. I noticed the BMX park is actually highlighted as well. So is that to highlight the partnership that we have with the BMX Association, or is there another reason why that's highlighted as a destination park?
Your Worship, I can comment on that, but I would say this would be a little more general perspective. I think at the time, and to this point, that particular site, although it's not town actively managed, does generate trips to Stony Plain. Whether it's for, I don't want to say tournaments, I don't think that's the right word, but, it was seen at the time, and I think to a degree still, as an amenity that, speaks beyond our particular municipal borders, is I think the general idea. Just thinking back to that time.
Okay. No, I appreciate the answer, and definitely when administration decides that this is time to reevaluate this and to do another open spaces master plan, I do hope that the Force of Hope is highlighted. I've talked to many people that have walked through that area, and they've gone there, and it is a destination park. Many people have gone there because they've lost a loved one. They want to be able to reflect and kind of be alone with the loved ones that have just passed away and departed. So I think as we continue to evolve and kind of bring up our community to more of a higher standard in terms of what we want to see for our residents in terms of parks and open spaces and definitely like transit and housing, as we continue to grow, that these master plans highlight and the things that we're doing today that are getting used for the future. Any more questions, comments regarding the parks and open spaces? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Meyer, it is your turn for the motion to accept.
Yeah, this is a good one. I'll make this motion. That Town Council accept the Parks and Open Space Master Plan update for information. I had to read my notes there.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion to update, to accept for information? Okay. Just maybe one comment. I think we heard members of council, and this is a good report, and it continues to evolve, and we're doing different things in it. So when this comes back in a few years to say what we're doing, is there like a cheat sheet where we can say, you know what, we've done bang, 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 like just 4 or 5 things that we can actually talk about, instead of like, here's the old plan, and then we have to go like, what did we do in that 4 years ago? Like, is it a possibility?
Thank you, Your Worship. When we update the plan, can we bring up a progress card, is what you're asking? No, that's something we could, we'll revisit once we are ready to update this plan.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other debate, questions? No. Thank you, Administration, for bringing this forward. I actually enjoy seeing all the master plans that come forward because it shows that what we're working towards. And if I read those master plans and we have not seen any progress in any of the points, that's when I get concerned. I do see everything that's come forward, that there is progress on a few points. I think some points, as you just heard, maybe members of council would like to see accelerate more, but that's also then a conversation amongst ourselves as a council member to accelerate those things as well. That'll call the question. All in favor? Date. That is updated. Thank you. Okay, moving on to number 10 of our Council agenda, this is council discussion, so this is the time that we allocate for members of council to update members of council on what's happening on the committees and boards, etc. We just had summer break, so probably not very many committee meetings, so what did you do over the summer break? Or anything that you've heard from the residents that you want to bring forward to our administration and to members of council? Councilor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, to the GM of, hi Brett. I received a couple complaints throughout the summer regarding the pathway between Spruce and Stony, and again, that lack of maintenance and grass cutting. Understanding, yes, we had a very wet early part to our summer and spring. Halfway through the summer, people noticed that Spruce Grove side was cut, but ours wasn't. So I'm curious, are we splitting it down the middle and who takes care of what? Or is it kind of just whoever gets out there to cut it?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councilor Loynes and all the council, we do share maintenance with the trails with Spruce Grove. However, we will generally mow them. Our section on the south side will generally mow right up to. There's a cutoff point just as you enter Spruce Grove. I believe it's around the Sky Dancer area. So I would have to look into why the halfway point was done. I don't have an answer to why that would have occurred. It could have been. I can only speculate. That perhaps one of the spruce crews did in fact mow down there. But I could only afford guesses at this point. It's something I could follow up with.
And then other than that, just a reminder that school is starting and I'm super excited to send my kids back. Not sure how my colleagues with teachers are feeling about it, but I'm super excited. So just careful in the school zones. I'm going to assume our CPOs and our RCMP officers will be out around the first week of school. And yeah, just drive safe and watch for them. Other than that, that's it.
Thank you, Councilor Loynes. Councilor Niebergall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I hope everybody had a great summer. I am excited to be back at work and to be back at work here, but also to welcome everybody back to school on the 1st, if you're in Parkland School Division. Just in terms of some things for me, Your Worship, you gave me a beautiful layup there in terms of hyper-focusing on something. So thank you for the permission to, you know how I love a good record, to put on record that Councillor Niebergall is now hyper-focused on e-scooters. I myself have had some encounters with young ones on e-scooters, and then I did publicly post on my own council page that was something that I was passionate about, because I feel that something terrible is going to happen if we don't start to address this. And so I hope that with the support of administration over the winter months, we can kind of take a look, you know, Wood Buffalo, St. Albert, there are some municipalities who are stepping up and putting in some bylaws around the use of these e-scooters. We just have youth that are out with no understanding of the laws of driving on motorized vehicles that are going faster than our allotted speed limit now. And so, yeah, I would not want something awful to happen to somebody in our community. So be a little proactive in that area. And yeah, just a shout out to our all administration. The events that take place over summer while we were on air quote holidays, there were so many events happening, from Midsummer Thursday, summer session, cultural campfires, the MDPs being out in the community. Like, so many things happened over the course of the summer. It just honestly makes me, of course as a councillor, but even just as a resident, like super proud to be from a community that is so community driven and offers so many things for our community to be a part of for no cost. So I really appreciate that. So thank you to everybody that makes sure that those events happen the way that they happen. And I think I'll hang my hat on that.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. And definitely, community safety was a huge priority for council, so definitely, hopefully that comes to fruition, we can have that conversation and make some changes that we need. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Niebergall. She covered half of my list here, so that's awesome. Just really quickly, I'm looking at number 27 of our Parks and Open Spaces master plan, encourage and support festivals and events in the community, and I think that's one we absolutely nail. As was mentioned, Jazz Matthews with Summer Sessions again this year, I think set a record in the last one with the Doc Walker show. Always amazing. I think we're adding again back to 10 shows next year, if I'm not mistaken, which is fantastic. Midsummer Thursdays, the team there, always outstanding. We had a representative, I'm going to forget the name, but I pass it off to our ECDev team, buy local, Alberta, made in Alberta, something to that effect, stopped by, had a quick conversation with Councillor Palechko, or Deputy Mayor Palechko, and I provided a little bit of literature and just said, we want to capture what you're doing here and share it with our other communities that we work with and support. And so from that outside perspective with, you know, individuals that are working in that capacity within our province, to be so thrilled and proud of the work that we're doing here was really great to hear. Shout out to our bylaw and peace officers this summer. I had shared some areas of concern with the general manager of Protective and Community Services, and within a day, I think they had 3 or 4 patrols through that particular area. Freaked me out for a minute because they were actually parked outside my house, blocking my driveway when I was trying to come home, and so wasn't sure what was going on, but they were quick to move out of the way so I could park. But just really appreciate the response and the presence in the community when we know there are areas that need a little extra attention. And so kudos to the staff that tackle all of those things. One final piece, and this to me was really cool. I shared this with a couple of members of our admin team this evening, but I think I had probably 4, maybe even 5 conversations with just a variety of individuals within our community that said, we want a sweater that says Stony Plain because we're so proud to call this place home. Not exactly their words, but that was the sentiment. You know, where did you get that vest? Where can I go buy that vest? I'm sorry, I meant like that vest isn't for sale. Like I bought the vest, I had it embroidered with a corporate logo. Well, what about your hat? Where'd you get your hat? Can I have your hat? No, you can't have my hat. But so I will pass on the feedback to our team that there are some requests for something that identifies people, swag, if you will, the cool kids say, that identifies, you know, this is home for so many people in our community. And one of the ideas was our Midsummer Thursdays, the old lamp post with the brown and yellow tone sort of emanating from it with Stony Plain, and how cool that might look on clothing or a swag, whatever that might be. And so again, whether we can action that or not, I have no idea, but the fact that people from our community are so passionate about Stony Plain and care so much about this place that they want to carry that branding with them, I think is pretty cool. And so thank you to our staff, our teams, our administration that create a place that people truly call home. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor
Meyer? Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Councillor Niebergall, for bringing up the e-bike scooter thing. That has certainly been a hot topic that I heard a bunch this summer as well, and I agree with the sentiment. We can't wait for something bad to happen. We should be on it, so I'll just throw my support behind that. On the same note, other things I heard, and I'm sure it's probably because we changed the speed limit, but I heard a lot of people, you know, for it and against it, but an overall sentiment that I did kind of get from both sides was, okay, great, now enforce it. Now, I'm just looking to administration here, because I know we did have a plan in regards to giving some people some heads up and some education before we, you know, stuck them with a with a fine or anything like that. So maybe if I could, Your Worship, ask administration to maybe reiterate what our enforcement plans are around our new speed limit.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer, we're actually in that window right now. We've handed a few violations out. They were excessive cases, but generally speaking, we're in that window now of the education has met its time limit, and we're into the enforcement stage.
That's good to hear, because like I say, that was sort of one of the questions that people were out there looking for. And I know I've seen a bylaw out there and peace officers, sitting around stop signs and whatnot, but sometimes our residents don't necessarily see that. So it's good to know that's happening. Also, I want to ask administration, the rectangular storm pond in the Brickyard. I was out for a jog. Let me go back. During the last election, I heard a lot from people in the Brickyard about that pond and its condition. And anyhow, this summer I went and toured around it. It is in no better condition than it was last October. I'm just curious if there's any update that you can give us on that.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Meyer, all council. So the developer is still actively working in and around that pond. There are a couple of things that they still need to complete, including the installation of a lift station. So I would offer that while it looks inviting, there is still work being done around it. If there are specific concerns about the trail's condition, we can relay those to the developer to address. I do know that there's still a majority of landscaping to do, as well as the remaining trail connections on top of the other item that I just noted. So we can definitely pass this off to the developer to address for what's needed and try and address those concerns.
Okay, I will certainly forward you those concerns in an email. And then, just because we're also another question, if I could, through you to administration. I had a discussion with a business owner, and I did mention the rec center is going to be done fairly soon, and we're probably going to be looking for sponsorship opportunities and the like. I'm just curious if administration maybe could give an update if there has been any outreach in that regard, or just that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer, certainly you can pass that name on to myself. We've had some discussions, Zach Devon and myself, related to reach outs. We've done a few reach outs. We've got one that's committed, and they committed a long time ago, which was the Lions Club. So we do have one that is committed to a space in our facility, and we're reaching out to others at this moment. So if you do have a name, certainly please forward that.
I will do that as well. And then finally, just ending, if we're talking about swag, I think a phenomenal idea would be to resurrect the old Stony Plain crest. I think that would look really good on like an ugly yellow shirt. Maybe some brown there too, really get some... Anyhow, that's everything from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. And I believe I wore something similar in SPE. It was a yellow shirt with the black crest of the Wise Old Owl that looked similar to a crest. I think I'll dig through my clothing see if I have that. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, a lot of echoes here. Again, huge kudos to our event staff for all of the hard work of everything that they put on this year. It was a phenomenal summer in Stony Plain, as it always tends to be, which is great. But I also want to recognize both the public works staff and the golf course staff for all of their hard work with all the wet weather and the challenging weather that we've had. And you know, it's great when we actually see some of the utility things that we've done that don't get the limelight work, and we manage all the rainwater and stormwater that we managed this year and didn't have incidents like we've had in years past with flooding and so on and so forth. And so, you know, a lot of work still to be done, but those are opportunities where we can actually point to things and say, hey, you know how you didn't like that stormwater levy on your bill? Well, look at, we didn't have incidents this year like so many of our neighbors have. being on Aero Utilities as the council representative, I've been abreast to a lot of the challenges that many municipalities have had, and it's significant. This rain has caused significant problems across this region, and we have fared very well because I think the hard work that our staff has done and the hard work that our administration has done in planning that. So just some huge kudos there. I love the idea of the Stony Plain swag, and the immediate thing that popped out to me was people love concert t-shirts. How cool would a Stony Plain Summer Sessions t-shirt be? And you could have the lineup on the back for the summer, what have you, and you do whatever you like. That would be pretty awesome. So there's just a little, quick one out there as well. E-scooters, 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 e-scooters. Boy, oh boy, was that a topic all summer long. Great kudos on the bird scooter program that we have and the availability of those. The biggest thing I heard about those is people love the fact that they're speed limited, because the private ones are not, and that's where we're finding a lot of the issues, or that's where I'm hearing a lot of the issues, is simply how fast they can travel on the trails, and then safety equipment. I had the opportunity to speak with a physician from Westview Health Center, and the injuries that they are seeing coming in from e-scooter and e-bike usage is quite significant. So bad things are already happening. It's not a matter of, waiting for one to happen. They are happening. And it's interesting, our meeting with the City of Edmonton, the conversations we had about some of the challenges they're facing in their bike lanes. But the reality is they're looking at their bike lanes as active transportation lanes to avoid conflict between pedestrians and e-scooters and vehicles. And it's a very real problem. Accessible transportation, alternative modes of transportation are here. They're here to stay. They're great. They have a place. So yeah, we need to understand, how do we manage that? How do we make sure that interactions between pedestrians, interactions between vehicles are managed appropriately, safely, and all people can get around our community in the way that they wish in a respectful and safe manner. The speed limit change, again, heard some fantastic feedback about residential areas. Definitely had lots of asks for enforcement on that. I did have an area of concern brought up to me for two reasons. 44th Avenue from Veterans Boulevard to South Park Drive. The first concern was from the section of 28th Street to South Park Drive. I was asked multiple times, why is this 40 kilometers an hour here? It has multiple lanes. It is a very busy route, and it doesn't have any access to residential off of that section. So I think that's an area that we may want to look to reconsider. Now, the second part, though, was between Veterans Boulevard and 28th Street. There is our speed sign that shows the speed that you're traveling. And it would flash if you were traveling over the speed limit of 50, and it would stay solid if you were below 50 or below. It is still staying solid at 50 or below. It is not flashing when you now exceed 40. So it was bringing into question, is the speed limit on this road 40 or is it 50? So just an area to be addressed there. Not really sure if there's much of a response. I saw a potential, but yeah, other than that, it's been a fantastic summer. As I mentioned, being with Aero, we had the opportunity, as I'm the vice chair, with the chair, to meet many of our member municipalities across the summer, which is how I found out a lot of the information about the challenges they faced with the rain. Be continuing that over the next month or so as we meet with them all to just kind of give updates on where Aero's at. I believe we have one coming up with the town here in about 2 weeks or so. So looking forward to being back at it.
Thank you, Councillor Annen. Laurie, moving on to Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Pacheco.
Well, most of what I wanted to talk about has been talked about, but I'm going to go back to e-bikes, scooters, mobility transportation, golf carts, dirt bikes. How about a speed limit? How about rules that we post all over the town so these guys stop doing it? Had a chance to drive around with a couple of residents this summer to see what was going on. And when a scooter is passing me and I'm doing 50K an hour in the town, there's something wrong. There's a lot of dangers. They don't stop at the crosswalks. They pull out in front of vehicles. There is a multitude of things that go on. And I probably took more than a handful of complaints this summer on all of that stuff. So we're even starting to see golf carts. I didn't personally see a golf cart in town, but apparently there's a few guys driving golf carts around. So I think that's a big task that's going to need to come in front of council over the next little bit just to deal with that kind of thing. I did want to thank the staff for all they did for the summer. Not only did they put on awesome events, they participated in the events. They were out walking around, talking to people, and having a good time and promoting Stony Plain. So a heck of a team you guys have that did this summer. Phenomenal team that you had this summer. A special thanks to Jazz Matthews. His commitment to this community and quality of music is second to none. And having a chance to spend some time at summer sessions, Midsummer Thursdays, and talking to people, I think Midsummer Thursdays is almost growing at the rate that our summer sessions did a while ago. When you watch the amount of people that are coming and sitting at the center, listening to music, not necessarily walking around the whole evening, I think that says something about the quality of music that we're doing. So let's find ways to help him with his budget a little bit so that we can continue with the good quality of talent that he's bringing to our community and the amount of people that are coming. They're coming from Edson, Hinton, all over the place. We had some great conversations with people this summer, so I think it's well worth noting what Jazz has done for our community and what that is doing for our community and the awareness that we're getting out of it. So kudos to him. And on a downside note, Range Road 12, new resident along the way, just before you go down the tracks on the west side, on the south side of the tracks, almost parking on the road. I've had a few residents in that neck of the woods almost take out some trailers. He's got a truck that kind of pokes out his nose out of the driveway, so maybe we can have the CPOs just stop by and ask him if he could maybe just pull that back in a tiny bit, because it is getting to be, and then he's got a fair bit of livestock that is on the road on a regular basis, so that's something else that might just be a good thing. Welcome back to everybody. I think tonight was an interesting night. We all come in with some fresh ideas and some determined minds again, kind of put the administration back on notice that we're back in council, and we like both what administration was telling us and what council was doing, so I look forward to carrying on till this time next year. That's it for me.
Right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And yeah, just want to echo those things. I think the staff and volunteers did an excellent job in our events, but definitely want to thank the sponsors. I think the sponsors that sponsor summer sessions and sponsors that put some dollars towards and to Midsummer Thursdays, it's making it happen. Definitely appreciate that. I had a couple of people that reached out to me and wanted to thank our staff for the scooter rack and the increased bike rack parking on Main Street. So definitely appreciate that, you know, as we continue to offer different modes of transportation, we want to make sure that they have a place that they can park it and safely store their non-motorized stuff. One question I received from a couple residents, they thought this might be coming back, but it did not. On the corner of 44th Avenue and Golf Course Road, there used to be a park bench there where people could sit and watch. Watch the traffic and just sit and rest as they're walking along Golf Course Road. That was moved 2 years ago and it has not yet been replaced. So they just want to know, is there another location that they're putting the bench, or why it was removed and why it's not coming back?
Your Worship, I don't have an answer to that. I'll go ask staff about the location and of the bench and what's going on with that.
Okay. And I think a couple of us mentioned school, so school is coming back. I just ran into one of our long-time residents in town, and they're asking about parking enforcement around the high school, just south of the high school. I said, as we continue to chase students away from West Terra and also Country Plain Estates, they're now parking on the gravel side of the Golf Course Road, so south of the high school, which they have no problem with. The problem that they have is that when the students are done, they hit the gas and do almost a donut carving up the gravel road before they go back. So I said, I don't know how we can enforce that or get students to understand, like, it's nice just to do a nice turn instead of a 180 in 2 seconds. Administration?
Your worship, we're aware of the issue, and our officers have been out there even before school ended this spring. We had the same complaint. We have a resident that informs us quite well about the parking and the stunting that might happen over there. So our peace officers have been over there and do patrol that area quite frequently while school's in.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. And that's it for me, so just back into the fold. It's good to actually read an agenda package that wasn't for fun. Over the summer, I tried to get some leisure reading in, and it's actually nice to have read something that's not like you have to focus on. So definitely appreciate administration getting the package ready and having it sent to us. And members of council, welcome back, and thank you for reading your agenda packages and coming with your passion and your thoughts to ask those questions and to bring your lived experiences to this council table so that we can make the best decisions possible for our community. So with that, moving on to number 10 of our agenda is close the meeting. We have nothing scheduled tonight, so moving on to number 12, which is adjournment. So well done, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, and those that have watched and participated in a council meeting, thank you. We are now adjourned.